Welcome, younglings, to the Fated Fantasy Competition. I'm your host, Mr. Crow. Only 2 winners will be crowned with Shinies. Prepare for the Fated Fantasy.
Welcome to the Fated Fantasy Competition, where we are joined by our co-hosts and readers and guests to be able to deliver you an incredible, breathtaking experience from readers and writers who submitted their stories, professional guest authors who are going to be doing live readings. We're going to have games, voting, and so much more. Welcome to the Fated Fantasy. I'm your host, Kaufman. You all know me, working on Scarecrows and Dragons. But today, I'm taking a break from the Scarecrow to host and hopefully partner up with Mr. Crow as we bring this once in a lifetime event, the Fated Fantasy Competition. So welcome to the stream. Welcome. Drop a comment. We would love to hear from you. Are you excited for the stories? Which story do you want to hear? What do you think the stories are going to be like? Are we going to hear fantasy? Are we going to hear romance? Are we going to hear dragons and magic? Maybe somebody will put a dragon on it. I guess we're going to find out. So that's me. Welcome. And as you can see, I'm brought over here with my wonderful co-hosts. I'm going to kick it over to each of them to introduce themselves. Kick it over to you first, Rach.
Hey there, I am Rachel D. Adams, but you guys can call me Rach. I decided to put my horns on for the day. I am an urban fantasy paranormal romance writer, indie published author, and I specialize in trying to help other writers get what they want done.
Woo! Absolutely love that. And I love that you're rocking the, you got like the, not demon, a satyr? Is that, I'm pretty sure
it can be what you want it to be.
You're like, it's whatever fated fantasy you want.
Mm-hmm.
All right, JL, kicking it over to you.
Hello, I'm JLD. I am a writer of spicy romance, and I cross also genres in contemporary fantasy and science fiction. It was an honor and privilege to be a judge for this competition. I'm super, super excited to be here today. Yay, we made it!
Woo, in one piece, Angel, I love. What's your costume?
Oh, this was I got this for a wood sprite costume. So I'm kind of I don't know. I guess I'm a sprite of summer.
a summer maiden over here. Well, I absolutely love that. And Holly, I'll give it up to you.
Hey everyone, I'm Holly Davis. I'm a YA fantasy author and host of the Diversity Days Lit Book Club. I usually don't have pink hair, but I'm rocking it as I guess maybe I'm a spring fairy.
I absolutely love that, Holly. Wait, I thought you always had pink hair.
No, I change it up every so often.
Oh, okay, depending on which competition we're a part of. So I'm so excited to be here with you guys. Can you believe it? Can you believe that the Fated Fantasy is finally here?
It's amazing.
It's crazy. It's awesome.
I know. I was like, we've gone through such a process with each of our writers. And for anybody who's just hopping into the stream or you're watching this on the replay, welcome. This has been a 3-month-long event in the making. Writers submitted their stories, their flash fiction stories a couple months ago, and it was based on a prompt of the Fated Fantasy theme. Would also be based on readability, genre elements, and story elements. That was narrowed down through a blind judge grading format to the top 12 semifinalists who you're going to be seeing in today's stream. So the semifinalists then had to go through another round of revisions, and those revisions were graded, and that score has helped us to determine the top 4 finalists who will be competing tomorrow. So make sure to stick around, and we will be announcing those finalists throughout the stream. But we have some incredible stories, and for those of you guys who've kind of already looked at it, How do you guys feel about the story submitted so far? I would love to hear.
I'm so excited. I was so impressed by all of the
Mhm.
stories, how different they all were, how rich the world building and writing was.
Mhm.
So I'm so excited to hear it live.
There was just an amazing show of talent and
Mhm.
skill and creativity, and it was so cool to see what everybody did with the prompts, how they took it differently. It was really neat. I loved it.
I love the differences. We went from some being very dramatic, very deep, and then some being lighthearted and even comedic. So I loved the differences.
Yeah. I feel like we got a really, really nice mix of stories. And I know when we had come up with this idea for like what was a fated fantasy, I feel like a lot of the writers really took it to the next level. I'm just like so excited. And I can tell just from the enthusiasm in the community that everyone is looking forward to to the story readings and everything we got going on. And I see so much enthusiasm here in the chat. Let's see, Dana, Megan, Cheryl. I see so many of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you guys feeling about the competition so far? Do you guys have any do you guys have any I guess what are you guys looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to hearing the stories read out loud because that
Yes.
always lends such a different flavor, because you read it in your head voice, right? So when you hear someone else just speak it out loud, it's like spells. They're speaking the spell into reality now, and I'm so excited for that.
I'm looking forward to like the live judging with the audience participation to see what shinies everyone gets. So I think that'll be kind of like fun that's sprinkled throughout.
We had to make a very tenuous deal with Mr. Crow to I think he's agreed to give up a few of his shinies, but we're going to see in just a little bit how that's going to go. As you all know, Mr. Crow is not the most reliable of individuals. Exactly. And exactly. We sometimes are able to summon Mr. Crow from the Aether, but he's extremely, extremely unreliable. So maybe throughout the stream, if you ever have an inkling to try to summon the beloved Mr. Crow, you can drop a comment. Drop a comment, and maybe Mr. Crow will respond to you throughout the stream. So I absolutely love that. And hopefully we're going to be able to get him in and give up some of those shinies. We'll be doing that in just a little bit. Now, for what we are going to be going over today. So let me just pull up the schedule real quick. Just a second, as Kaufman was definitely prepared for this moment. All right. So I'm going to throw up our schedule that
I did just want to say that this is kind of what we would call in a story pacing the climax. So welcome to the climax.
absolutely welcome. This is exactly what it is. The climax. Okay. Bear with me just 1 second, guys, while I pull up the schedule itself.
And thanks to everybody who came last night for gaming and trivia. That was so much fun. I had a total blast with all of you, and I'm like, oh, I want to do this again. And I'm like, no, don't overcommit. Don't overcommit. But I totally want to do it again sometime. It was so much fun.
The games last night was pretty incredible. I feel like I learned so much from the trivia. Everybody who joined us for the trivia was actually like, we got some good competition in there.
Oh yeah,
and I did. There's some things
My
that
competitive spirit came out. I was like, ooh.
I
had my mouse ready.
Yeah, and Rach won too, by the way. So you did great.
Yay.
I was definitely reminded why I'm not good at trivia. I'm great at games. Trivia is not one of them, though.
Well, we loved having you there, though. It was very
Aw. I was channeling my inner scarecrow.
nice.
All right, so let me throw it up on screen. I'll throw up today's schedule for everyone who's tuning in right now. So, perfect. So this is what we got for you guys today. So today we're going to be kicking it off with our first round of stories. We're going to be getting right in to Vaesna Wellspring. That's going to be our first story. And as you can see, we got some other fun ones here in just a little bit. We got some voting and we're going to have a couple games in between. So make sure you stick around. All right, my friends. So I am so excited to finally get into our first official story. Rach, JL, Holly, you guys have been amazing. You guys are going to see them around in just a little bit. And we're going to be seeing just what we could get into. So without further ado, let's hop into our first story. So this is for Vaesna Wellspring. All right, and give me just a second. So, Vaesna Wellspring. Kismet, a starving child merchant, and his sister, Nasiba, are thrown into a quest to find the wellspring of life in Vaesna, said to have the power to grant wishes. But the path appears to be guarded by fearsome creatures. Can they get past the obstacles and claim their prize? Only time will tell. Now, without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage. We have a special guest reader to be able to show this to you. And let me see, just one second. Perfect. And awesome. So we're going to be officially presenting our first guest reader. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Devon Gambrell. Devon writes fantasy and steampunk with a splash of romance and snarky female leads, and is the founder of All Call Indie, a database of freelancers for indie authors. She lives in Northeast Florida and her husband and teen boys, where they manage various animals and fruit trees. If you want to keep up to date with new releases, free reads, and her latest adventures, sign up for the monthly snippets and spoilers newsletter or check out her website. Not every writing day needs a word count. Sometimes it's enough to sit with your story, your community, and your muse. Let me officially welcome to the stream, Devon Gambrell. Welcome, my friend. And all right, Devon, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. This is very exciting. I love reading stories from everyone else, and the prompts were pretty good.
Yeah, the prompts really challenged us, didn't they?
Yes.
I know we really wanted to create an experience where we were challenging everyone to grow as writers, because that was the feedback that we got from the last competition when we did Freaky Friday in the fall. Everyone who competed said that just by being involved, they really had to grow, but we didn't do a prompt last time, which is why this time we're like, okay, we're going to push everyone just a little bit.
I think it worked out perfectly.
Excellent. So, Devon, we're going to kick it over to you. I have the story all set up over here. Perfect. So I have the story all set up. We'll kick it over to you. And I want to say that, awesome. We are all set. So we'll drop ourselves from the screen and you can start the reading whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. Vaesna Wellspring by Michael Krantz. Quizmat, look, a traveler. I look down the desert path and smile at my sister's find. Wealthy enough to ride a camel, I observe. The man has dark, wrinkled skin, but something about his eyes tells me there's more to him. That doesn't matter. We just need to make enough money to buy food in the next town. I don't want to be caught stealing again. Peace to you, sir, I shout. Peace is rare, he responds strangely. What can I do for you children? We have wares you won't find anywhere else. I have a feeling you have an eye for such things. Save your flattery, but I am seeking a particular object. Perhaps you have it. I smile and help him off his camel. Nesba is already pulling the blankets off the cart to show him our wares. He sweeps aside the jars and lamps on display and grabs a post in the back. A broken piece of curtain rod. Pretty dull snake design, but not much else to it. Nesba had insisted that it could be sold. Quite the eye you have, sir, my sister says. This is a fragment of the rod of Ardor, the great magician. You needn't lie to me. I know what this is. He shakes it, taps both ends, then sighs. Alas, the legends are true. It chooses who to open to. He turns to me. Unfortunately, I can't buy this from you, young man. When he hands it to me, it changes. The carved snakes twist around each other, and one end sparks into flame, and I drop it with a shout. The man's eyes widen as he says something I don't understand. The rod is sticking up in the sand, the burning end in the air, but the smoke doesn't rise. It flies toward me, straight into my nostrils. I begin hallucinating, and I see a path through the desert. It goes far from civilization, past scorpions larger than camels, to a spring glowing with power. When the vision is over, the sun is setting, and I'm lying down in a shallow cavern with Nesba putting a wet towel on my forehead. Quizmat, you're awake, she shouts. What happened? I asked. The map to Vaesna chose you, the old man responds. You'll be the first in centuries to see the wellspring of life. I never agreed to that. No one asked for your agreement. It's your destiny. You saw the path, didn't you? I can't deny it. It led to the middle of nowhere, I respond. We can't make money there. We can't go on a quest if we can't afford food. The old man chuckles, then begins chanting and waving his hands over the sand. I exchange a confused glance with Nesba. Don't worry about food, the man says after several minutes. In the morning, you'll have everything you need. Now it's time for me to go. Who are you, sir? Nesba asks. No one of consequence, he says, then gets on his camel and rides away. Get some sleep, I tell Nesba. We're behind schedule. We'll leave early in the morning. But Quizmat, we're not chasing after some fairy tale. If it weren't for the spark bangs, I'd have us marching through the night to get us back on track. I build a fire and ignore the rest of Nesba's protests. No matter what I hallucinated, it doesn't change my plan. The morning does change things. I fell asleep surrounded by sand, but now the floor is rice. Nesba approaches with baskets full of dates, grapes, and figs. Look, she says excitedly. Now we have everything we need for the quest. We're still not going. Giant scorpions guard the spring. She tilts her head. Why is it guarded? What is the wellspring of life anyway? They say it's the source of all life and can bring back life. It could bring Mother back, I think, but that's a child's dream. It's a myth, I say firmly. Nesba looks sternly at me. This food won't last forever. Water that brings life will. If we find it, we won't go hungry again. I'm not sure if she's right, but my rumbling stomach wants to be convinced. It's better than stealing and getting caught, she adds. Finally, I concede. If all else fails, perhaps we'll find something worth selling. The chittering noise fills my heart with dread as I hide in the sand, protected only by my cloak. I can see through the fabric, but from the outside it blends with the sand. I just hope these creatures have poor eyesight. I don't dare breathe. A sword-like leg lands near me. Stepping on me would make my death quick at least. I feel the creature's hot breath getting closer. It probably smells me. I'm definitely about to die. A noise causes the giant scorpion to turn its gaze, and soon it's skittering away from me. Now I'm more worried about what caused the noise. I stand up and look and see our cart rolling away. When the cart and the creature chasing it are out of sight, I glare at Nesba's hiding spot. You just threw away our possessions. Would you rather be dead? A different kind of dread fills me now. Without food, we're already dead. The wellspring can't be that much further. We've been walking for days. No, I admit, it's not much further, but there will be more of those scorpions. Scorpions? That was a giant spider. Spiders don't have stingers. Neither did that. I shake my head and force myself to keep going. There's no sense in arguing about it. What matters is that we now have less than what we started with. Without food, turning back is just as deadly as marching forward. If our fate is death, no matter what, we might as well try to make it mean something. Nesma marches with a smile. Walking is a lot easier without a cart to pull. You won't say that when you get hungry. At least we still have water. I continue in silence, trying not to let my fears win. Nesbeth sings nursery rhymes. We continue onward until we reach the end of the path on my map. There's a crevice in the cliff wall in front of us. We step inside and rock slides into place behind us. Nesbeth screams. There's no telling what could be in here with us. I'm so terrified that I forget the food situation. It's dark in here compared to the open, sunny desert, but I almost wish it were darker so I couldn't see the scattered bones. I can't go on, Nesbeth says. It's okay, it's just bones. Dead things can't hurt you. I'm saying it to comfort myself as much as to comfort her. Those aren't bones, they're webs. This place is covered in webs. She really is delusional. Maybe her brain is somehow keeping her from seeing the bones because it would scare her. It would explain a lot if she were crazy enough for that. It doesn't matter, I say, choosing not to waste time arguing. We have to keep going. There's no other choice. You'll see I'm right sooner or later. I pull her arm. She doesn't resist, so I keep walking, tugging Nesba along with me. At the end of the path, another giant scorpion stands in our way. I see a pool of water behind it, glowing with power. Could this be the wellspring of life? But how can we get past this monster? Wait, where's its shadow? The light behind it should cast the creature's shadow on the walls, but there's nothing. I'm starting to get an idea, but I wonder if it's me who's crazy. Nesba, what do you see ahead? Another giant spider. And on the walls? Webs. So many webs. I look ahead. No matter how hard I squint, I can't see a spider or webs. Maybe she's not delusional. Perhaps we're seeing different things. What if we're both wrong? I try to steady my breathing. Nesba, take a deep breath. I have an idea. I know it will work, so you don't have to be afraid. Just stay here. I step forward. Good day. Afternoon, I think. The scorpion snaps its claws with the sound of thunder and waves its stinger side to side, dripping with venom. You're guarding the Vaesna Wellspring, I take it? It hisses, and more giant scorpions crawl along the wall without making scratches on the wall. With their weight? I smile. I figured it out. I step forward, hoping I look brave. You're not real, I say, trying to ignore the part of me that still isn't convinced. Even if I'm right and this is all an illusion, I still might die of a heart attack. This is the only way, I tell myself. This is my destiny. I laugh out loud. When did I start believing in destiny? But somehow laughing makes me feel bigger, so I keep laughing. It all makes sense, I say. I know exactly what you are. I step close enough for it to strike me with its tail. It doesn't. I reach out to touch its face. I feel nothing. There is nothing, and it disappears along with the others. Another laugh meets my own. I knew you could do it, a familiar voice says. It's the old man from before. He materializes in front of me. I knew your soul was strong enough as soon as I saw you. Welcome to the wellspring of life. I smile. I should have known you weren't human when I first saw you. Are you a djinn? Some call us that, yes. And some believe we grant wishes. You don't, I take it, but that spring does.
The djinn's smile turned sinister. That it does, with the cost of your soul. My heart drops. What? The wellspring must be fed. My job is to search for strong humans to bring here to die. Nesba caught up. What about destiny? Only Quizmat could open the map. That rod was a prop, the djinn said dismissively. I'm the one who put the map in your brother's head. The destiny of all humans is to suffer, and the fate of all humans is to die. It's time to meet your fate now, little human. It's all clear now. The illusions were his doing as well, weren't they? And they were all about fear, which means he needs me to be afraid. So instead, I laugh. My fate may be to die, but I get to choose my destiny. I walk toward the spring. Fool, the djinn shouts, but does not move to stop me. I don't think there's anything he can do. If Vaesna is not fed, it will mean the end of all life. Perhaps, but how long might it feed on a djinn who has failed to guard it? He is silent. I'm right. I kneel by the spring, cup some of the water in my hands, and whisper my wish to it. Then I drink. The next thing I know, Nesba and I are at a table, dressed in clean clothes, with bountiful food in front of us. We're in our old home from before hunger chased us out. Looking at us now, you'd never know we'd left. There's no sign of the djinn either. Perhaps the well is consuming his soul. Nesba looks at me astonished. Weren't you going to wish Mother back? It was my fear letting go that drove that wish, I say in response. Without my fear, my wish changed. To be rich? She asked skeptically. No, I say laughing. I wish we would never fear starvation. We never again would fear starvation, but I didn't know at that time what else Vaesna had in store for us.
Wow, that was Devon, that was such a great reading, by the way. I felt like I was going on this journey with them the entire time.
That was awesome. I love the story too.
I kind of want to find this wellspring now.
It reminded me a little bit of the the 1001 Nights, with the story of Aladdin in there, kind of a mixture of some of those stories.
I could see that. I definitely was picking up on a hero's journey throughout it, and I felt like it was really well done at hyping up what this wellspring was going to be. Like they really did a great job of leading up to it at the end, and then having that twist.
Yes, I love the twist.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The twist was fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And now I don't know how to feel about Vaesna. I'm like, ooh, what type of party is that going to create? I was like, I feel like they did a really good job of creating a character that felt a little bigger than life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if Vaesna is going to reach out to Quizmat for more, because he did such a fantastic job at thwarting the djinn. I hope he doesn't become a djinn and have to bring other humans to the spring.
It's always what possibly could happen next, and you're just like, It's one of the fun things about flash fiction.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think was your favorite part about the story? And by the way, if you're here in the chat and the live stream, welcome. What did you think about that story? What did you love? What did you hate? Do you now want to go find a djinn? I feel like we're all going on a djinn hunt.
Yeah. I love the twist. The twist was great, because all of the stories that we hear about djinns in the modern day sense, of course, they're more sinister the further back in history you go. But the spring was controlling it for the most part.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, and I mean, I think what I appreciated the most was that it felt like it was a full hero's journey leading from start to finish. I felt it almost felt like this was like the story of the week for this character specifically. And I felt like there's supposed to be like a whole anthology of these other stories that may or may not involve the gym.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I could see definitely in the chat as well. We definitely see some Aladdin vibes over there, and loving how the wish changed. It kind of makes me think: if I had three wishes, what would I be wishing for?
Gotta be careful.
Yes.
Wish
Yes.
for
There's
more
always
wishes.
a tool.
There's always
Wishes
the
never
wish for
turn
more
out the way
wishes.
you want.
And I know anytime we have a wish story, it never turns out the way that we want. Agreed. I was like, what would be the one thing I'd wish for? Good question. More, yeah, I don't know. Good question. I won't put it out in the universe. There'll be like an ironic twist. Yeah, and I definitely agree with Mary that they were saying foreshadowing and hinting about the illusions. I would say it definitely had that really, really nice vibe. Do you think there was any like questions that you guys had that you felt weren't answered or like you want to know more about?
I just want to know when the next story is because I need to finish it.
Yeah, and I have to definitely commend the author as well. Michael Krantz. The writing was really, really well done. I felt like the pacing and the style of it felt very unique and perfectly adapted to his or to their storytelling.
So, are we wanting to welcome the chat to go to the link and give an opinion?
Absolutely. Let's absolutely do that. So anybody who, if you enjoyed the story and you want to share your thoughts, drop it down in the chat. Whether you're coming from any of our social media platforms, drop it on down in the chat because we're actually going to be doing a live voting. So go vote on a story element that we're going to be putting up there. And we just dropped in the chat. So go vote. And you're going to be able to help us determine what element of the story really stood out to you. So thank you for that, Rach. Really, really appreciate that. Now, I feel like that was a really, really great time. We'll see if Vaesna Wellspring does well enough to reach the finalist contender spot. There was definitely some strong story elements there, and we will be revealing the finalists at some point throughout the competition. So make sure to stick around because tomorrow is the finals. But in the meantime, Devon, thank you for joining us. This has been a nice, really, really nice reading. We appreciate you taking time out of the busyness that is the AWC and all the other craziness going on. Devon, thank you. Oh, I was like,
Thank
yep.
you so much.
Was there if people want to go find out more about you or they want to go learn about you, what where can they go?
They can definitely head to my website. I am also on Instagram as Devon Gambrell, although my social media posting has been lax this last couple months as we prep up for the AWC. And of course, I'm finishing up book 3 for my Kickstarters. So, but yes.
Completely, very, very understandable. I know how much work that takes. Well, with everything that you have, Devon, we appreciate that you took the time and that you came and joined us. And
Thank
I
you.
wish that I could pull that purple hair off. I really do.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
All right, Devon. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time.
All right. Oof, Rachel, story 1. I was like, I didn't know what to expect. That was actually a really cool story. What a great way to start off the competition.
And the rest of the competition should go just as smoothly, I hope.
Yes, with no tech gremlins. We're like, we're not
And no
dealing
giant spiders.
no giant spiders, no tech gremlins behind the scenes, because that is definitely not what we are dealing with right now. Oh, man. All right. So let me queue up our next story. So we are going to be hopping right into our next story. But before we do, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the Right Now community. 540 consecutive writing streams and counting. We do writing events. Rach, I've had you on our podcast before. I've had you involved in previous streams. We do we have weekly writers group. We got the Discord. We got writing sprints. We got the critique show. We got
the critique show was great too.
We basically do everything writing related. So if you're struggling with consistency, accountability, or you just want to chill with other writers, Right Now is the place. So make sure to tap those follow or subscribe button. You'll be alerted when we go live. All right. So I want to make sure to get that quick subscribe ad in there. And then we are going to hop into our next story. So bear with me. Perfect. And I was like, Kaufman is almost ready. All right, Rach. So thank you so much for joining me for this discussion. You guys will see, we'll be around. And let me queue up for the next one. So without further ado, let's hop into our next story. So this is going to be Of Cats and Men. When an Egyptian cat goddess misuses her power, it threatens her soulmate. It threatens the love of her soulmate. Mahes, a conflicted lion god of protection, resorts to a special potion to save their relationship. The fate of Egypt hangs on the outcome. And I am so excited to be able to welcome back into the stage. All right, thank you so much. So without further ado, let us welcome our guest reader back into the stage. And let me give a little bit of a setup. So we're going to be welcoming Desiree M. Ortega. Desiree writes contemporary and romantic suspense and is a self-published author of short romances under the pen name Des Lore, which she co-writes with T.L. Russ. Her dark dystopian short, Sanctum, is published in the Stygian collection. She's an avid romance reader, painter, coffee drinker, and all-around lover of creative expression. Be confident in how you express your art and enjoy the process. If we're not enjoying it, then what's the point? Please help me welcome to the stage Desiree M. Ortega. Welcome, welcome.
I love the inflection you put on the R's there. That was wonderful.
Ortega. You know, I tried. That was called 10 years of customer service.
That's glorious. It was beautifully done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Des. I was so excited to be able to come get you to read for our competition. And I love that it looks like you're joining us in a little bit of our fantasy vibe. What are you rocking today?
A very last minute head crown of sorts.
Together. Last minute head crown, that sounds just about right. I fully approve.
Yeah, just gave it a little more romantic fantasy feel, so I felt it was very appropriate for the event.
Awesome. Well, Des, I absolutely love it. We're going to hop into the story reading right now, and then make sure to stick around because we're going to talk about the discussion. What do you think? What do you love? What do you hate? This is a romantasy story. So we're going to be talking about that right after the story reading with some of our other co-hosts. So without further ado, Des, let me kick us into this. Awesome. So I am already on my end. We got Of Cats and Men, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Perfect. All right. Of Cats and Men, author nil. The best laid plans of cats and men cast fate awry. Adapted from Robert Burns. A New Age. Potions number 1 and number 2. Mahes sat along the Nile and placed his tan arm around the waist of a goddess. Fate paired him with another feline god of protection. Bastet's purr drifted on the summer breeze. Before mortals existed and carved their human animal forms on temple walls, they only needed each other. Mahes nuzzled his proud lion head against Bastet's soft cat whiskers. Life together was Aru, heaven. My Nedjem, he whispered, the word for sweetness, and lingered on the bejeweled ending. Bastet's lashes fluttered over her almond-shaped eyes at the compliment. Mahes thanked Amun-Ra every day for blessing him with a soulmate. Of all the gods, she was the most exquisite, a vision of purity and royalty. White linen wrapped her slender curves, and turquoise amulets rested where her neck blended with velvet fur. Reeds swayed in quiet rhythm while Mahes' thoughts twisted in a labyrinth. Her gaze was emerald calm. He longed for expression of their love, a child, one born without powers, potions, or prophecy. Bastet would make a perfect mother. But once, the goddess of protection confessed, I want to bring life into the world, but I fear not keeping it safe. Today, Mahes prepared a surprise to change their fate. During a meal of indulgence, he would vow his life to protect any cubs they might have. Perhaps at last, they could start the family he always dreamt of. The river reflected her beauty, beckoning a caress. Mahes reached into the gentle current. His gold armband glistened as he scooped water up to his mouth and prayed. The Nile listened to his ancient tongue. With a tilt of his hand, the liquid fell, and a white lotus bloomed in the splash. He tucked the flower behind her pointy ear. Bastet rose, and time slowed with every hip sway. She smoothed the fur on her head with a licked hand, a gesture that never failed to stir him. The ivory dress floated down with a delicate tug of string, desire silhouetted against the sun. Chase me. Kicking the garment toward him, she arched and leapt into the Nile. Mahes held his breath as the goddess slipped underwater. He ripped off his ivory skirt and accepted the challenge. Each stroke through the water brought him closer until their lips met like the first time. Egypt vanished except for them. Mahes cradled Bastet, her body half submerged against his broad chest. Supple skin pressed close. Her copper, immortal undertones radiated against his bronze muscles. She meowed. So what is this surprise? A gift worthy of your name. My gem. Ooh, jewelry, she said, touching his thick mane. You'll see, he smirked, and maybe tonight we can talk. Perfect, she cut in. I've been thinking we have so much love to give, but no one to share it with. Yes, I was hoping you felt the same. She gestured to the lush, empty land. Let's use our powers to enchant potions. Her eyes widened. We can make new creations for Egypt, ones that need us. Bastet slipped from his arms. I thought you meant a child. His voice thinned. This wasn't how today was supposed to go. Will I ever be good enough to be a dad? Merit, the word for beloved, made the sting worse. You know I love you. Let's start small. When the time is right, we'll know. I don't think we should mess with things we don't understand. Please. Bastet waded toward the eastern shore, scattering petals of white lotus. Mahes was a protector god, but she was his weakness. He wanted to stop her, but fear of pushing her away held him. Could he survive never feeling her warmth again? His mind screamed to break her focus, but he froze. She brought a handful of water to her lips. He regretted teaching her the ancient words. With a prayer, she enchanted the liquid to be potion number 1. Droplets fell through her fingers to the sand. From each drop emerged Egypt's first creations. Tiny, hairless cats tumbled over each other and pawed for affection. Mahes felt the dawn of a new age. Nothing would be the same. She let out an awe and called, Mahez, your turn. He shook his head. Maybe that's enough for today. Her expression dimmed and eyes welled. How can we be good parents if we don't try? Mahez couldn't bear her pain. This felt wrong. They were guardians, not creators. Forgive me, Amun-Ra. He created potion number 2 and poured it along the western bank, a sign of devotion. From the moisture rose more cats. These had spots, muscles, and fangs. His cheetahs growled at the kittens on the opposite side. Bastet shooed the cheetahs, jogged across the water, and jumped into Mahes's arms. We are parents now. He pushed down a sinking feeling and carried her to a clearing on the shore. There, a giant carved stone formed a table fit for gods. Placing her down, they sat arm to arm before his surprise, a lavish feast with grapes, ripe melons, and her favorites, walnuts drizzled in honey. Mahez poured 2 glasses of wine. The taste of sweet berries coated his tongue. She beamed with joy. She placed a hand on his leg and never once mentioned her missing dress. The banquet stayed untouched. Bottles drained as stories flowed, each more delightful than the last. Mahez's nerves melted, his low gurr rumbling at her caress. The tingling abruptly stopped when she went quiet. She froze mid-motion, her gaze fixed strangely on the stone table. Mahez gave a playful nudge, and her wide-eyed look from the river returned. What if we design another creation, better than cats? Her voice loose. Beings that worship our divine protection with monuments. Fear gripped him. He compromised in the river to prove his worthiness as a father, not to dethrone the one true creator. By tomorrow, these thoughts will pass. He raised a toast. I'll worship you forever. That's all we need. Her cheeks radiated ruby as she glided backwards toward the reeds. So, she smoothed her hair, you're saying you love me? Chase me. She winked and slipped behind the plants, leaving only a beckoning finger. Mahez's grr rumbled into a growl at her seduction, his other weakness. With a pounce, he dove into the brush and explored her sacred form, perfect by design. Bastet clawed her nails down his back. The lion roared. The Age of Man, potion number 9. Time passed, and Mahez was still not a father. Instead of children, there were only more creations. He sat opposite his goddess at the same stone table where it had all gone wrong. A fresh cornucopia of indulgences lay ignored for different reasons. He longed for the days caressing in the Nile, when his thoughts were filled with dreams of family. But now one idea consumed him, a final chance to fix everything. Potion number 9. Their fate hung on a question. Could Jem luster again? Bastet agreed to join, but her emotions didn't. A kitten on her lap claimed the attention he once knew. Sweat beaded on Mahez's face from heat and nerves. The river offered relief and a chance to relive old times. It's hot, his hushed voice teased. Care to chase me to the river? She stroked the kitten in silence. Her distance was a pain even his line half couldn't handle. Last time they were here, she wasn't joking about her idea of a new creation. She named them humans. Bastet enchanted potions number 3 and 4, one for females, one for males, then poured them on her east bank. Mahez did the same with potion number 5 and number 6 on the west, out of adoration, foolishness, or both. He bore the weight of that decision daily. Why didn't he protect them? Mahez poured wine for himself and water for Bastet. Please, have a drink. May I hold the little one? She shielded the pet. Careful, you'll hurt it. I'm not dangerous, her brow lowered. Then why do your humans cross the river to attack mine? He scanned the landscape where lush reeds had given way to desert. Their human sharply contrasted each riverside. She made thin people cowering and hiding among the dunes. His created large men fighting and yelling on the opposite side. I didn't mean for them to be aggressive. My essence is strong, not nurturing like you. Her voice turned serious. I know it wasn't on purpose. It's just your design. Her gaze dropped to the kitten steadily grazing its back. Our humans are not safe together. They're too different. Her hand stilled as she breathed deep. Maybe we are too. Bastet's head stayed down, as if hiding the emotion of her eyes from Mahez. Mahez wept. He'd rather banishment from Egypt than her heart. After the sixth potion, he had turned to spells instead of creations. Potion number 7 was supposed to make them invisible, in case Amun-Ra became wrathful. It failed. Was punishment really spared? The price of losing her was worse. Many nights he'd torn apart lotus flowers in despair. Potion number 8 had not succeeded in reversing time's current. There was only one spell left to try. She brushed Mahez's shoulder with sapphire emotions in her eyes. I'm sorry. I still love you. But can this really work? Mahez fought the urge to break down. The differences that had once drawn them together had gone awry, like the best laid plans. Deep down, her heart's flame was not extinguished. He wanted to tell her everything, but not yet. Instead, he raised a glass of wine in a toast. To the age of man, he said softly, we can work. Let's spread our love to all creations. The berry flavor was gone. The sip tasted bitter. Bastet stood to leave and her kitten leapt ahead. Please, wait, he said, thinking of number 9. He'd long debated asking or risk being shattered. Gem, I miss you. In the clay jar on the table, there's a potion. The choice to drink is yours. For what? She stuttered. It's a love potion. A love potion? Her arms flew up. That doesn't make real feelings, Mahez. I know. Don't you see? Our fate is tied to the humans. Bastet sat again. Our differences make us perfect. If we work together and show them your nurturing and my strength, they share the same indescribable bond. He looked at the jar with 9 marks. We just need a spark, and we'll never use it again. She seemed affected, but went silent again. Mahez felt the kitten brush his leg and purr. Bastet's frown softened. She likes you. Maybe you're right. But I'm afraid. A facet of hope remained. He nodded. I understand. The potion tastes bad anyway. He gulped more wine with puckered lips. Bastet gasped. You mixed potion number 9 in your wine? Her tone twisted. Is your love real? Always, my gem. My previous spells failed. I had to test it. His fist clenched. It was the only way I could survive today, if you left me forever. Her familiar lilt returned. I'm sorry I ever made the first potion. A small laugh escaped. Remember when I fed a cheetah by hand? If the cats react to us, maybe the humans will too. Mahez's spirit stirred. Was Gem shimmering? 1,000 years from now, mankind's history will be traced to this moment. Bastet crossed her arms and gazed in the distance. Her lips were neither up nor down like an ancient painting. Unblinking, Mahez willed a smirk to rise, a flicker of heart's flame. She glanced at the humans, then Mahez, and finally stared at potion number 9. He held his breath, waiting for her to drink or walk away. Their bond was humanity's sole hope of a peaceful future. Would she choose heartbreak or chase me? Water or wine? Does her radiance glisten with diamond brilliance? Will gem become the jewel of the Nile? Apologies for the alarm that went off. Are you muted for me? Just for me or for everyone else? Oh, there we go.
Just for you. I was like hitting all the buttons. Because that was absolutely amazing. I feel like you really brought out the characters' voices
Oh,
and that
yay.
like complexity between their love and then the dwindling.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I wanted to do it justice.
I don't know. I'm like, do you guys think that they end up together in the end?
I don't know. And that's the interesting thing because I think this lends more to a fantasy romance than a romantasy. Because with romance fantasy, anything in the romance genre specifically has to have that satisfaction resolution between a relationship, whether it's a happily ever after or a happy for now.
Mhm.
Whereas with a fantasy romance, you can play more with ambiguity in the end. And so it's very interesting because there were so many layers. I feel like there were so many themes that were sprinkled like in this story between just the concept of like humanity and deities and creation. And there are a lot of fun, I think, conversations that can be sprung up from this story.
Yeah, I feel like we got a really interesting duality between the two characters' love and their romance throughout of it. And I think it was interesting kind of seeing that contrast between the two of them. I personally loved it because I like, if I was to write a romance or write like a story that was focused on a relationship, I would probably challenge whether or not it worked out as well. I was like, that sounds like a great.
Well, because it leaves you then you
I think
feel
that's a love story. It's like a faded love story.
Yeah, it is. And it leaves you invested and with that longing that you want to. There are so many ways that these two characters' paths can either converge or separate, and so you're curious and you're left wanting to know more.
Yeah, I agree. And you're a lovely reader. That was so enjoyable to listen to.
It's my theater days.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I really could feel like straight out of the gate, the bond and love between Mahes and Bastet, and it was so clear. And I was like, oh God, how are we going to wrap this up? Because they already started strong, and I'm like, they're going to get stronger. Woo, this could get spicy, you know. But it was very interesting in that how they were trying to create the life. I loved the Egyptian lore. I loved the words that were used, and the way that that Mahes was so needing to be a father, and I felt it was just tragic how he was questioning his worthiness and value, and I was like, oh, a baby, I want to give him a little snuggle.
I know.
It's okay, honey. Your wife's a little confused. She'll get there. You know.
Well, I find that fascinating because from the beginning, it wasn't a perfect love story. There was internal struggle going on between two different visions.
Yeah.
And the sacrifice that he made wanting to, love her and support what her view of what they would do, even though he felt conflicted inside. But he wanted to, be open to whatever her view of what would come creation wise. So it was very interesting because it wasn't just like rainbows and sunshines. There was a lot of internal dialogue and conflict going on, which was actually really interesting. And like you said, the love was there. And it was almost realistic that it wasn't like this just picture perfect wrapped in a bow romance between these two characters.
Yeah, I thought it displayed sort of the dynamics of a marriage, it's symbolically and literally. And I thought that was so cool. I really loved how that it's like every husband should support his lady. But But also I noticed that she kind of wasn't picking up on what he needed. And like then we do get a little trapped in our head sometimes, you know. So it's you have to say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah,
But I know
communication, people.
I think he was just so focused on making her happy because I think he thought if she was happy, he would be happy. And then when he realized what she wanted, the happiness started to fade, and I was like, no.
And then they just went on like creating more and more. Like, all right, well, we'll create some beings. We're just going to be gods,
right? Yeah. And I love how he was like, but I'm a protector, I'm not a creator. And he was scared, you know, that tension was there. And Bastette's like, it's fine, we'll just adopt, don't worry, you know. And it's like,
she's there with a cute little kitten, and she's like, everything's fine.
Exactly.
And I have to say, something that I always appreciate about Nil's work is he has a way with language where you can tell, like, especially at the end there, where the style of sentences is very, very intentional. And you can tell he very much plays to word choice. Like, there's the use of gem, and then there's the use of Egyptian mythology and lore speckled throughout. So just from reading it, I'm like, wow, there is a lot of research that went into this.
And I love the callback to the chase me, even at the very end.
Yes.
Like just that callback to their thing, like their very intimate moment, and like just a thing that's between them. Like you felt that intimate connection with these two characters, and you had the little window into what their relationship was. So that was also really brilliant how like they sprinkled that throughout and then brought it back at the end.
Yeah, I let the little kind of in joke sort of thing, and also if Bastet leaves, Mahask.
I love that. She's like, I'll be here.
JL, you're hoping for the revised spicy version of this, aren't you?
Yeah, where it faded to black in like the end of part 1. You're like,
yeah,
what else happens?
I am down for a muscle-bound Egyptian lion god, let me tell you.
Oh man, well, I just have to say, Des, thank you so much for reading this. I think this was a really, really fun story.
Yes.
And we'll see if it's strong enough to make it into the finals. We'll be revealing the finalists throughout the competition. So if you are here in the chat, make sure to stick around. Drop a comment. Let us know. What did you think about it? Go vote. Go vote. What was your favorite part about the story? We're going to be offering up a reward if we can coax Mr. Crow out of hiding. So make sure to go vote. We'll drop that link in the chat. And Des, your reading was amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. This was a lot of fun. I'm so happy to have been here.
It was absolutely a great, great, great experience. And thank you for your time. We're going to be moving right along to our next story in just a second, but you are all invited. And as well as any of our other guests, we're actually going to be doing a mock Jeopardy game in just a little bit. So in one of our breaks. So make sure to stick around. If you want to join us, we'll be throwing up some more details in the Discord. But Des, you're welcome to join us if you'd like. And we're going to be sending it out to everyone in the community. We'll be posting up information in just a bit. And Des, for anybody who wants to find out more about you, where should they go?
Well, friends, I am over on YouTube. You can find me at Coffee Reading Writing. I post vlogs about my writing journey. Huh?
Do you need coffee with every single reading and writing?
I mean, you know, I don't drink as much as people assume, but I can nurse that 1 cup of coffee for a good long time. It just, you know, it gives me the boost I need. It's a comfort. It's like a hug, literally in a mug. So yes.
An hug in a mug. That's a great line.
I know it's not original. I don't know who originated it, but I definitely happily took it. So you guys can find me over there on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch and Instagram under Desiree M. Ortega, where I do writing sprints and different things over there. Sometimes a little gaming randomly. So yeah, you guys can go head over and say hello.
Well, Des, you've been absolutely incredible. Hopefully we'll see you back at some point later throughout the competition. Thank you for joining us. And if you guys want to find out more, links are posted down in the YouTube description. All right, Des, you've been awesome, and we'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
JL. Story number 2. Story
Oh,
number 2.
here
Oh
we
man.
go. We're underway.
What different
We're
story?
underway.
What like different? Like the first one, we're going on a hunt for a gin, and then the second one, we're going on like a test of love with the gods.
Yeah, the variety in this competition has been a real treat, honestly.
Uh huh. Oh man, and actually, I wish I could say that I didn't know who the finalists were, but I know everyone's super excited. I was like, I'm eager to be able to get into that. So, Jill, we're going to be hopping into our next story in just a moment, but before we do, we have spent so much time putting together all of these things with the Faded Fantasy competition.
Oh,
We
my.
have a number of our oracles here, JL included, who have really gone above and beyond in making this competition a reality. So I want to give you just a moment, JL. If people want to like go find out more about you, is there anything that you're working on right now?
I actually am going to put in the YouTube chat my Linktree link.
Woo-hoo!
That has my Instagram, which I've been kind of ignoring lately. But it's got my Instagram. It's got my author page on. Oops, I think I just clicked the wrong thing. My author page on Amazon. Here it comes. Go on. There we go.
What thing?
That ought to do it. That ought to do it. And it also has my website, which is barnowlbooks.net. And you can find me there, but on JLD on Amazon. I am right now promoting this book. It is a great summer read. It is a summer with Stephanie. It is
How
a
perfectly timed. We just went from like a story of the gods to
yeah.
a little Greek mythology over here.
I
Egyptian to
know.
Greek. Okay.
I am a sucker for gods and pantheons, and so I have been working on romances according to Greek myths. This is, of course, the Hades and Persephone myth, written in contemporary setting. But also, I am working on a science fiction romance, and of course, they're all super
Ooh.
spicy. So
Whoa, spice.
yes.
So for anyone who wants, and we know everybody in the community hates spice.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who joined us for the Right Now-a-thon back in December, that was a huge 25-hour live stream where we had guests. It was like a virtual writing conference festival, and one of the most popular presentations was the presentation about writing spicy scenes.
It's really fun. I kind of fell into it accidentally, and then I was like, no, I'm gonna take this on. This is great. It's really fun.
Awesome. Well, JL, I really appreciate you. I just want to say I love all of your ideas and everything that you've done to help out our community.
Thank
You're
you.
incredible.
This whole team was amazing. I appreciate you too, Kaufman. How you wrangled all this together just blows my freaking mind. So horns off to you.
All right. Well, on that note, for anyone who's just hopping into the stream, welcome to the Faded Fantasy competition. This competition, for those of you who don't know, is a writing competition where a bunch of writers submitted to their flash fiction stories. We narrowed it down to the top 12, and these stories that you're seeing in this live competition are the 12 semifinalists. The 12 semifinalists are going head to head to compete for the top 4 finalist spots, which will be going down in the finals tomorrow. Not only that, the 12 semifinalists have also made it to the Faded Fantasy Anthology, which we will be talking about and showing after the competition ends in next month. So make sure to stick around. We love your faces. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to be hopping right into the next story. So without further ado, let me cue this up. We're going to be hopping into our third story, which is The Legacy. So the legacy for generations, the Herba Virtuosus has gifted pyromantic abilities to the protectors of Edgehelm, and each has defended the village from becoming a wasteland of bad luck. But when Ilara returns to the Herba Virtuitus to perform the rite of passage that will transfer her powers to her protege, Jane. The cycle is called into question. Is the Herba Virtuitus really so benevolent after all? And without further ado, let's welcome to the stage our guest reader. And our guest reader is Stephen F. Black. Stephen is an autistic author who adores writing YA fantasy. He has an indie adventure series available now. Never follow. Be your own leader. Let's welcome Stephen to the stage. Welcome, my friend.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Stephen, thank you.
You good? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Let's see.
Oh, good. I had audio trouble. I did a podcast yesterday and I had a nightmare with audio. So I was just checking you can all hear me.
Yeah, no, we can't. It's a little laggy, but we can hear everything you're saying though. Cool. And Stephen, I just have to say, I appreciate you joining us for this competition. I always love meeting other authors and other writers out there in the writing community.
Thank you. It's really cool for me as well. It's the first time I've done a live reading. So I've had my book read live on a YouTube channel by someone else. I did a podcast yesterday for the first time ever. So this is all of it first. And showing my face on camera is a bit weird for me because I'm normally that far away. But no, I know going forward, people want to know who I am and what I write. So it's better to put a face to the name rather than just be nameless.
I know we kind of live in that day and age where we kind of have to put ourselves out there. It's okay, Stephen. After I think 45 days of consecutive live streaming for me, that's when I kind of got the hang of it. So you're totally all good. We bring writers on to the streams and into the community all the time. What I've been told from writers is it takes like a couple streams to kind of get the hang of it. And then once you kind of get used to it, you're like, all right, well, everybody just wants a live experience. Like we all just want to hang out as writers. So totally all good, my friend. Appreciate your time. And we're going to be hopping right into this reading. So let me hop over here. So we have The Legacy all queued up. So let me get here. Perfect. And Stephen, I'm going to let you take it away, and you're welcome to start whenever you're ready.
Ilara, should I have told Mrs. Ludwig we shan't be around this afternoon? Jane asked me as we walk away from our tea shop. She clutches our heavy picnic basket like it's stuffed with kittens. I have collected everything for her. She plays with the black curls framing her face before fussing with the yellow neckerchief that complements her faded red dress. She'll have to wait longer, I say, but I trust that you'll get her chamomile and black tea in due time. I worry that I didn't pack enough food on a normal day. There's plenty for a cosy picnic. Jane, however, will be eating it all herself, and it still won't be enough to fill her. Mrs. Ludwig has a dreadful cough the other day. I hope she didn't think me rude for peeping. I swore I saw blood on her handkerchief. Oh, I do hope 'tis not consumption. I do adore her. By the way, in case you didn't know, this is set in 1800s, which is probably why the words sound a bit weird. So just bear with me. I rather like her too. Although I don't look a day over 30, I remember when old Hattie Ludwig was a lamb of a child tottering about town while her mother completed her errands. How long will this take us, Jane asks. The power transfer. Plan to crawl into bed after dark. Ilara, Jane moans. Oh dear, I wish I'd known that. I'm sorry. My heart twists. I've been the primary protector of Edgehelm for 120 years, and it's now Jane's turn to inherit any ancient powers, just as they were passed to me through the Herba Virtutis from my mentor Serena. And as she would have said, I yearn for the urn. The day I initiated Orphan Jane 10 years ago, I began to sense the Herba Virtutis call to end my tenure. It lends its gifts of power, but expects it returned with interest. The words keep jumping to the tip of my tongue. but for some reason I can't bring myself to tell Jane this detail. She'll return home alone. The cobbled village lane lined with gas lamps becomes a dirt road and then a two-rut path with a centre strip of weeds. As the trees crowd closer, the clear morning disappears beneath the damp mist. Jane shivers. It's really through here. It's on the other side of the mist. I don't know this, but it soothes her. I hate the mist, she sniffs. This place must be crawling with praxifs. In the middle of the day, we're likely safe from the little doombringers, but they can't see the sun, same as us. My fingers tingle with sparks. I sense a few beady eyes watching from the bushes. I mistake a swish of grass for the plume of scraggy green filaments that top their heads. Jane will need to cull them later. Keeping their invasiveness in check is a demanding battle. Caught too late, praxis lodge themselves into the dirt. For such tiny creatures, they'll bring on months of heinous luck to anyone within a mile's radius. Incinerating them at that point isn't an option either. One must drive a knife through their shells that they grow and douse them with salt water to stop the bad luck from lingering and expanding tenfold. Areas burned by wildfire become unlivable. Too jinxed. Jane once compared praxis to conifer seeds. Will it hurt? I can't spin that pile of dung into a sugar plum. Yes, but it's over quickly. Chatty Jane goes mum. I can't tell if she's growing fearful or simply minding the gnarled thorns lining the path. I lead us deeper into the forest. By the time we reach the mouth of the Herber Virtutis residence, we're both bleeding and sore. I've forgotten how tough this path is. Jane grunts. Come on now. She viciously tugs at the picnic basket caught on some thorns. Give it here. I reach for and grasp the barbed branches one at a time. After glowing red for a moment, each disintegrate. Grey ashes float to the ground. No picnic for them, Jane scoffs. Indeed. I ignite a bright spark on my upturned palm and lick my arm through the crop of Jane's elbow. The cave where the Herber Virtutis awaits swallows us up as we march forward. The walls are lined with vines and masses of luminous mushrooms, and the cave sighs and gasps with the reek of decaying leaves. I know it's not an opening at the end creating the airflow, and I hear rustling as the vines flex muscles. Jane whispers, your own pyromancy really comes from this place? Yes. She shivers. My goodness. I frown. Special things must be hidden from the normal world. I suppose that's one way to keep something undiminished, Jane mutters. A tunnel winds a little deeper before we're released into a cavern laden with more vines, ferns, and a few willows. Glowing fuchsia flowers decorate the ground in rug-like arrangements, but in true dominating fashion, a multi-stalked plant towers right at the centre. Most of its thick stalks end with a tight, spiky curl, while others are headed with toothed clamshells, the centres of which ooze red with digestive juices. This sounds like a lovely plant, doesn't it? It's moving, Jane chokes out. She then points a finger upward. What's that? I look up, to and frown. I don't remember seeing those clumps of lumpy pods lining the ceiling. Perhaps they're birds' nests. Look like caterpillar eggs to me. As I'm about to answer, the internal mumble of a wordless voice draws my attention to the Herber Virtutis. Jane startles. What was that? It's calling us. I don't always understand its pseudo-language, but it welcomes me back with the adoration and urgency of a rescued man dying of thirst in the desert, as if I am a cup of water. I am here to quench its suffering. I feel this as it's my own strife. Like it's projecting an emotional mirror, and it promises to make both our pain stop. It promises my death, and I'm giddy. Set the basket down, Jane. She drops it by the tunnel's mouth. I take Jane's hand, bringing her to the spot where I once stood with Serena. The Herber Virtutis asks us to hold out our arms. I do so, and although she hesitates, Jane copies me. She's trembling. I squeeze her other hand. After you receive your powers, remember to eat. You'll be ravenous. With a quick twist of her neck, Jane's attention pounces on me. She frowns, eyebrows rising. Her mouth opens, but the Herber Virtutis groans, and she gasps as thick, smooth vines snake towards us through the air and along the ground. One touches her boot scuffed from our practice culling last week. She jumps back, but I hold her firm. I can't do it. You must keep your arms up. The Herba Batuta shudders like a dog shaking off water. The vines wrap around my extended arm and crawl up Jane's legs. She kicks at them as tears flow down her face. Jane, Edgehelm needs its guardian. You're courageous. You can do this. No, something isn't right. I can't. Rage I wasn't expecting suddenly hits me. I bite my tongue. How dare you reject our gift? My extended hand shakes to slap her. I know it's not me, but the Herba Virtutis, and I feel queasy. I grip Jane's hand harder. Vines wrap both our arms too, tethering us. It's your duty. It's an honour. Jane's eyes are wide open. Can't you feel it? The thing is pure evil. I felt it the moment we walked in. Are you numb to it? The Herba Virtutis groans. Even if I could feel what Jane senses, shame, humiliation, and disgust pour into me, a vessel overflowing with refuse. At the same time, my power leaks away, as if there's no more room within me. Have I been unwise in my replacement? Does she deserve my legacy? I look at my hands, arms. In seconds, they're withered almost to bone. Jane's own limbs glow red. She shrieks a familiar scream my brain wouldn't let me remember until today. I crumble upon the ground. It's killing us. Pulled down with me, Jane fights the vines, already using her new powers. Black fog creeps at the edge of my vision. Tight vines sword my skin. I weakly swat away. Ilara! This girl isn't worthy. Another successor is needed. Ilara! Practice swarming. Jane shouts something else, jostling my weary body. That monster must be their source. Lies, intones a whisper at the edge of my conscience. Her perception is wrong. I reach out in my mind to the Herba Virtutis as its voice soothes my deep, deathly ache. Yes, I say back. You are infallible, giver of the gift of protection. Ilara lies limp at my knees. Is my mentor dead? Still, I scorch away the strangling vines. My eyes sting as my tears evaporate in the heat. You are ungrateful. When for the first time I hear the Herba Virtutis voice, or what passes for one, I shiver. Its persuasion that offends my soul, an ounce of its presence too much. I wish to vomit. I suppose to worship it, owe it without question, but I keep burning it, burning to a crisp the fresh practice that have hatched from the ceiling. A couple scratch me before I incinerate them. I'm furious. Ilara brought me here today, but she took me in when no one else would, gave me purpose. What would I be without her? The Herba Virtutis can't help but call to that part of me, the wretched orphan girl, even as I torture it to death, even as it loathes me for dismissing the seduction of its so-called gift. The orphan within me reaches towards the attractive power. The Herba Virtutis promises, until one day I recruit another girl too, and deliver her here to start the cycle again. However, I see the deep evil rooted beneath. I can't unsee it. Come on. Maybe Ilara had no choice but to mentor me. Still, I won't let her die. I'll break us free. The pyromancy bursts within me. I face the monster. Smoke burdens the cave. I choke and gasp for air, urging a hotter inferno to erupt from my palms with every shed of my being. Burn! A shriek and a plethora of gibbering overwhelms my mind. I want to clutch my head and I scream for how awful it is. The millisecond I make out one pitch, my brain scrambles to interpret the next nonsensical rumble of agony. White light blinds me as the Herba Virtutis explodes luminously. I duck, covering my head and Ilara. The second I cease feeling the poisonous telekinetic call of that monster, I know I've dealt my death blow to the Herba Virtutis, and I know we too are dying. In reality, I don't know if Ilara is alive, but I must believe she is. I pull her fragile body onto my back as I stumble out of the cabin depleted. I feel the bottomless pit of my hunger and must ignore it, leave behind the big picnic basket or will suffocate. Drag, stumble, tug, trip. The smoke thins. I trip on a withered vine and collapse beneath Ilara. Her head knocks into mine and the world spins. I'm sorry, Ilara rasps. I gasp in relief. I pull myself up and cough wretchedly on my hands and knees, clasping Ilara's hand. I command her to hold on. I will get her home. She may not have much longer, but she'll die in her bed, not here. We're free, I sob, struggling to raise my voice for what feels the very first time. I'm sorry. We can just be now. I don't know why the monster produced this practice only for us to destroy them, perhaps to distract us, but I don't need to know because we are free. No more exploitation, no more cycle. Our legacy belongs to us. Thank you.
Yay, that was awesome, Stephen. Thank you so much for reading that.
That's okay. Were you the one that wrote it?
No.
Oh,
I was a judge, yeah.
judging.
So
Oh, okay, yeah. So did I do all right? So I've never read anything live before.
you did great. Yes, I loved
Okay.
it. So what did you think of the story?
It was very dark. I didn't expect it to be as dark as it was. It reminded me a bit of the Little Shop of Horrors with the plant at the end. That
Yes.
the one that eats everyone. I kept expecting someone to say, "And the dentist got eaten." You know what I mean? It was that sort of. It was really well written though, considering it was a short story. There was a lot of characterization in there. There was a lot of drama. There was also a lot of sorrow, which surprised me because it actually emotionally made me feel like, "Oh my God, I can't believe they're doing it." It's a bit like in one of my books when I have a certain scene and when I wrote it, it was so graphic and made me emotionally feel so attached. I think as a writer, that's a good thing because you can take these readers on a journey and you as a writer know what's going to happen, but they have no idea. So when the shock comes, it's like, whoa, you know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the author did a great job of like making us
Yeah,
feel
really
both,
good. I could definitely see it as like a short. I think where it was so well written, and I could definitely see it as a mini like short story, like somewhere on Wattpad or one of those where you can continue in stages. I don't know if a full novel it would work because a lot of the character you would need a lot more characterization, a lot more backstory. But I think if it was a short novella, maybe a little combination of the novellas, like if it's going on an anthology, which you said it will, I think that would be quite cool if it's with other short stories like it. It was, as I said, it was a lot darker than I thought, but I love the pyromancy because one of my favourite books of all time was A.L. Noore's Born of Fire, and that
Oh,
was all to do with like fire magic. I don't want to spoil it in case anyone's read it, but I would definitely recommend A.L. Noore. She's a fantastic writer, so
I'll have to
definitely
check
look
it
for.
out. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to
Mm,
check it out. Good rec. Yeah, I
yeah,
definitely like felt for both like Jane and Ilara. Like I thought
yeah,
that was set up really well
they were
because
really,
yeah,
yeah,
Jane was an
Hey,
orphan and then she
exactly.
is seeing her
Become
mentor like she
literally
didn't
die.
know that she was going to lose her life, and Ilara knew that she couldn't tell
Mm,
her, otherwise she might not go
exactly.
through with it. And I think people really love, people in the comments are talking about liking the horror vibes and the description of the plant.
Yeah,
I feel like people liked that kind of darker theme to
yeah.
it.
So I don't. It's really weird for me because I don't tend to read a lot of dark. Like I tried reading an a J. Orledge, I think it was, and that was too dark for me. I can do dark, but it has to be like not too bad. Like I couldn't do horror. My wife loves horror, but I
Mhm.
don't like. But
Yeah.
my second book is a lot darker than my first one. But this was really good. As I said, as a short story, I definitely think it's probably up there. I've not seen the others be read, so I can't really comment on that. I only came in on, I think it was the second one. I didn't really hear the first one, so I don't quite know if the genres are very different. But I will say, when I heard Desiree do hers, she was really good. And I'm sorry I missed that because that sounded like a really good story. So,
Well, you
yeah,
have to watch the replay. Yeah.
I have to watch the replay and listen to it. Yeah,
But
because
they've all been,
I love mythology. Like Percy Jackson was one of my all-time favorite book series,
yeah.
and the new little mini series that they're doing is fantastic. The
Yes.
only thing is I really wanted them to keep Nathan Fillion as Hermes because he was so good in the first film, but they've now got a different actor, which was a bit.
Yeah. I haven't watched the other show,
Oh,
the new show of
oh,
it.
you're right.
Yes, I'm back. I was working, in the background listening to all of the craziness. I actually completely agreed with the conversation, though. I totally now blame this story that I want to now go watch Little Shop of Horrors on repeat today.
Yeah, and it's been a
I,
while for me, so I need to
yeah.
rewatch that.
So Kaufman, did I do all right on that then? Because as I
Oh,
said, that's the first time I've ever read live.
You did a great job. You did a really great job. I feel like you were you had the pacing throughout the story, and I feel like we were able to get a good sense of especially that climax with the herba, the what was it? The herba virtuitus.
Oh, I couldn't even say it. I think I pronounced it completely wrong the entire time.
Like lads like
The
herba
author's probably like, oh my god.
There's also the superlative voting that I see the link was just dropped in the chat.
Awesome. Absolutely. And we are so excited for all the voting. So it was definitely a really great experience. And I feel like everyone in the chat actually really enjoyed that story. And they really enjoyed your reading as well, Stephen. It was definitely really cool. Yeah, so like thank you so much for joining us for this like brief little reading discussion, first foray into the live reading space. I feel like it was really awesome and it worked out really well. For anybody who wants to go find out and learn more about you, Stephen, where can they go?
So I've got a little Facebook private group which is called Zexus Uncovered: The World Rediscovered, because my world is called Zexus. I'm also on Amazon, Kindle, and KU. I am also in. I don't know whether you're anywhere in Ohio, but I recently got into Salient Books, which is in Ohio, and they've got some signed copies of my book and some unsigned copies and stuff. So that's really cool. And I'm in a lot of indie or a lot of independent shops. And Waterstones, but you have to ask them me because I'm not good enough to be on their shelves.
Well, we totally appreciate you having you here, Stephen. And once again, for anybody who wants to go find out more about Stephen, it's there. Your link is down in the description down below. Thank you for that. We're about to hop into our next into a game break.
That's my wife. Say hi.
Hey.
This is Kaufman, and I don't know what that lady's name is, but
Holly.
yeah, that's what I did really good job.
All right, sorry. No, excuse me, interloping. I'm down here for bread and butter for a little one.
Yeah, she's with my daughter. She's 4.5, so she's kept upstairs out the way so that she didn't make lots of noise when I was
she's
reading.
supposed to be going to bed, but now decided she wants some bread and butter.
Typical child.
She might still be a little too young for Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, probably.
Awesome. Well, we're going to be hopping into a game break right now. Stephen, you're of course more than welcome to join us if you want.
Oh, cool.
Or if you have to get going.
Do I do that through here?
Yeah, all you have to do
that through here.
All you have to do is hang out.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Perfect. And let's bring everyone up. So what we're going to do for anyone here in the chat, let me bring our co-host back up. The wonderful Miss JL, welcome back. And Rach, welcome back to the stream. So for everybody who wants to join, and I think I see Des in the wings as well. Des, welcome back. So for anybody who wants to join, we're taking a quick break. We're taking a quick break from the story readings to go play a little game of Jeopardy. So who wants to be involved? If you want to join us, we just dropped the link down in the chat. Come join us right now, and we will see what we can get into. As we learned from yesterday, JL, I am not good at trivia, so I will be the wonderful Miss Vanna White, and I will be reading the questions. It was really great. For anybody who joined us for yesterday's stream, we did a game night, and the questions and trivia that we did for game night was absolutely incredible. It was really absolutely incredible.
It was a really good time, and I loved all the participation we had and the turnout we had. It was, and just, man, we were just laughing so hard. My cheeks hurt like within 15 minutes. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna die to death. This is great.
I had a blast.
All right. Well, awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to hop straight into a game of Jeopardy. So we're going to be hopping straight into it. Just get a little break, get a little breather from our story readings, and then we'll be hopping into a little bit of voting in just a little bit. I think if we can summon Mr. Crow from the Aether, we might be able to get Mr. Crow to come out and offer up some of his shinies before hopping into the next round of stories. So for anyone who wants to join, we just dropped the link down in the chat, and I think we have the Jeopardy screen all set up. Let me make sure. Perfect. Yeah. So we got Jeopardy all set up over here. Let me transition. All right. Perfect. And let me make sure I got everything here. Wonderful. All right. And it looks like we got it here. I was like making sure everything looks all nice.
I can't see the categories.
You're like, what's
Really
that?
small.
That would probably help for you guys to actually be able to see the
Yeah, I can't
categories.
see what they are.
Wait, you guys actually want to be able to see the categories of the game we're playing?
Absolutely. I
All
don't
right,
fly
here we
blind.
go. Perfect. I was like, that will
Desiree's ready to go. Look, she's like, yeah, I'm going to get it.
All right. So we're going to be going straight into this. For anybody who hasn't joined us for Jeopardy before, it's pretty straightforward. So what I'm going to do is I have added all of your names to our spinner. All you have to do, based on whoever goes first, we'll go in order. All you have to do is you pick a category, you answer the question, and then if you get it right, you add points. We will do this for 30 minutes. Whoever has the most points at the end of 30 minutes will get a free coaching session with yours truly. We'll talk about whatever story development you want to do. So we're going to be getting that right now. Let me get everyone up here. Uno memento, because I know everyone loves the wheel of right now.
Oh, that's so fun. I haven't seen that yet.
All right. And without further ado, let's get
I like the
into it.
wheels. I use them all the time for my free giveaways. Wheels are cool.
I know, right? I absolutely love this one. All right. So we're going to spin it and away we go.
Ooh.
All right. And first up,
Me! Hey!
woo! All right, Steven. So you're up first. You're welcome to pick a category.
I'll do magical moments for 100. So do I just click on it?
All right. So in Beauty and the Beast, this object had to be kept safe lest the beast remain cursed forever.
It was the Enchanted Rose. I'm a Disney freak, so I knew that.
Woo! The
Yay!
Enchanted Rose. And that is 102, Steven. Absolutely 102, Steven. Thank you so much. And let me make sure we got it here. Perfect. And let's go. Make sure we got that. All right. And then on to number 2. Let's see who goes up next. And we'll be going for, looks like, JL. You get to choose next, my friend.
Oh, JL, you're ready.
Oh boy.
Ready.
Hold on, I
Go
can't
on.
see the categories. Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up a larger screen.
That's what I did.
Okay. All right, I got it. Okay. Ooh. Let's try heartstrings for 100.
All right. In The Great Gatsby, this wealthy man throws lavish parties hoping to see his lost love again.
Who is Gatsby?
All right. And Jay Gatsby,
Yeah.
that is 100 to JL. Excellent.
Well done,
Wonderful.
JL. I didn't know that.
It's okay. I'm not too familiar with Gatsby either.
It's in the title.
I forgot his first name, so that was great.
All right. Oh, and let me. Oh. All right, JL. Apparently you're going again. No,
Oh,
wait, hold
Lord.
on.
Let me see.
Well, hold on. And one more time as Kaufman figures out his spinning circle.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm so mad at you.
0.
Woo, and that
okay.
is Des. All right, Des.
Go for 100 to 0. You'll be able to do them. They're easier.
Well, JL took mine because I figured I'm a romance writer. Heartstrings, right? And let's go wild. Heartstrings for 300.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
In Pride and
She knows
Prejudice,
this, doesn't
their
it?
initial misunderstandings and pride, this pair ultimately overcomes social barriers to find love.
We're talking about the name of the couple? Darcy and Elizabeth?
Elizabeth Bennet.
Yes. Okay.
And congratulations. That is
that's
a point.
300 points. That's a bit.
300 points
Wow.
to Desiree. 300. All
Oh,
right.
it's on now, Desiree. I got
Oh,
you.
Desiree's
I
going to
see
take the
you.
lead over here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And we are going to have up next. Looks like it is Holly for the next. All right, Holly. Which one do you pick?
Let's do
Be
magical.
brave and go 500, or are you going to stick with
200.
3?
And which one did you go with?
Oh, magical moments for 200.
Magical moments for 200. In The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, this character gave useful items to the 4 main characters: a sword and shield, a horn, a
Easy.
bow, a dagger, and a cordial.
Actually, who is Aslan?
Who is Azan? Is that right?
Of course it is.
Oh,
It is wrong.
Oh, no, you got
It
it wrong.
is Santa.
I don't remember Santa in there.
I don't remember Santa in there
No.
either.
Yeah, I
remember
don't remember
Santa.
Santa in there either.
Yeah, no, me either.
Jeopardy is wrong.
Yeah, Jeopardy was wrong. All of us authors say it's not there. So, yeah.
So then all of the authors are correct. All right. Well, we know
That's
Kaufman's
great.
not a trivia expert, so I plead the fifth. All right, and let's go for round 2, and let's see who goes next for round 2.
I'm playing Jeopardy now.
Oh, I'm not going to get a chance to play things.
Oh, wait, hold
I'm just coming
on.
off.
Rach,
I'm just
you deserve a
finishing
turn.
At some point.
I'm just gonna hog it all if you let me.
Like Rach, like, all right, well, you don't get a turn.
The wheel really loves JL, so.
I know. That's like the 3rd time it's gone JL. It's funny. All right, Rach, we'll give it up to you first, my friend. Which one do you choose?
Non-humans 300.
In The Hobbit, this creature takes over the
I'll come off this.
What species is he?
You will.
What species is he? What is
In
a
The
dragon?
Hobbit, this creature takes over the Lonely Mountain. What species is he?
What is a dragon?
Ooh, and what is a dragon? Is this the answer? And Smog,
Yes.
Fire, Drake, Dragon. And that is, let's see.
If you
how
wanted
many-
to say Smaug, then that's
I
fine.
But you got that correct because we asked for the species. And I want to say excellent. Great work. And then let's see, that was for 300. So 302. Rach. Okay. And we're going back on to this and we will respin and let's go. All right. So for next round, we are going with
Oh, I have to redeem myself.
and Holly, which one do you choose?
Let's go non-humans for 100.
All right, Holly, a non-humans for 100. In the Witcher series, this white-haired monster hunter is known for his wolf medallion and supernatural skills.
Oh, man, I don't know.
You gotta get it.
In the Witcher series, this white-haired monster hunter is known for his wolf medallion and supernatural skills.
Oh,
Don't look at chat.
what's his name?
Dun 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 dun.
Oh,
The
Holly, you're
Witcher.
killing me.
We
And
had
Holly
a full-on
goes
discussion
The
about this
Witcher.
last night.
Is the Witcher the correct answer? And let's see. Geralt.
Geralt.
Ooh.
I couldn't remember his name. He's the hot one. Oh, that's funny.
Holly,
If
I don't
only
know.
like Henry
We
Cavill
didn't
was
get
an
the name.
acceptable answer.
They're horrible. Oh my god.
All right, and voting, and away we go. And the wheel picks. Looks like we lost Steven.
Oh no.
No, we might have lost. Might have had some connectivity issues. So Stephen will bring you right back up. Just holler at us if you come back, and all right, and let's re-pick.
Okay. The nerves that hit.
Yeah.
All right, Des, and let's see, what do we get next?
I don't want to be predictable, so I'm gonna probably shoot myself in the foot. Let's go tension and betrayal for 200.
Ooh, tension and betrayal for 200. In the Hunger Games, who are the two people Katniss is caught between?
Peeta and Gale.
Peeta and Gale, and that is correct. 200 to Des. Dang, Des taking up the lead. So, all right, and we'll continue on. We'll continue through this next round. All right, JL or Rach, who do we have next? And all right, JL, and what do we pick over here?
All right, let's see. Just waiting. Sorry, I'm waiting for YouTube to catch up. Oh, there it is. Okay, now I can see the things. Let's try. I don't know. Let's try secret identities for 100.
All right, secret identities for 100. And this Disney princess pretends to be a man and joins the army.
Oh,
You got it.
Okay, Mulan.
All right, JL, I got scared for a second. I got really scared for a second.
I got that stupid song stuck in my head. Be a man,
That's
and I'm like, oh no, I know the name. Damn it.
All right, and Rach, that leaves you up with the next pick.
Oh, I did well on it last time. I'll go non-humans 400.
All right, non-humans for 400, and let's see what we got.
Oh,
In
no.
Spirited Away, who is the spirit who causes chaos? Are you a Miyazaki fan? This is going to tell right here. In
I am
Spirited
not.
Away, who is the spirit who causes chaos?
I can't say because I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know these.
such a great movie. I was like, even I don't remember the spirit of chaos. All right, and let's see. So that was for 400. So we can offer it for 200 for somebody else who wants to take it. Any takers?
Anybody take it?
Wait,
Any
what
of
was
you?
the?
We'll
Oh no,
offer it for 200 points for any of you who want to shout out an answer.
I haven't seen it either.
If I answer, I'd be cheating because chat is telling us. So I'm like,
I mean, there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with having chat's help. So whoever shouts it out first.
No face.
No fate. Wait, who said that?
That's the only way I could get.
All right, and Holly,
Yeah.
what is the answer? No face.
200 points for chat.
Help. Holly gets 200 points. Congratulations. Chat, thank you for helping. That is the way. And that puts Holly on the board.
Yay! Thank you.
All right, my friends. So after that round, so with timing, we'll go one more tiebreaker round. And we have, let's see, JL and Holly are tied for 200 points. Rach is at 300 and Des is at 500.
oh, wow.
Ooh. So we'll do one more round to see who can win this round of Jeopardy. And let's spin the wheel and away we go.
Always love Jay.
This wheel
I
loves
told you it
JL.
loves
The
her.
wheel loves you.
It's not my fault. Everybody likes me. All right, let me see here. Let's just go for broke on this one. Oh, hang on. I want to do a 500, but let's just try heartstrings for 500.
I
Go.
was gonna do that if I got it first.
All right. In To Kill a Mockingbird, this father defends an innocent man despite community backlash, teaching his children empathy and justice.
Oh my god.
Do
I
you know
can't
To Kill a
think of his
Mockingbird?
freaking name.
It's in high school. And
Yeah, I read it in high school too, but it's like I can't think of his freaking name.
I
Do you know this, JL?
Ah! He was a lawyer. Oh, I'm gonna cheat.
know.
No, I didn't do that. I honestly don't know his name, and I won't cheat unless like somebody else can say it.
It's not cheating because the chat is helping us out.
Okay, Atticus Finch.
All right, there we go.
I can think of his daughter's name.
Now the name sounds so familiar, but I couldn't remember it either.
Yeah.
All right, and we'll give that 4 with chat's help at reduced points at 250. That feels fair. And all right, so JL, perfect. And let's go on to the next vote, the next one. And let's see, away we roll.
I really thought that was going to be a romance question, but
I know. So did I.
All right, Rach, and it looks like you're up. Who? Which one do you pick next?
I'll go with Magical Moments 400.
All right, Magical Moments for 400.
No.
All right, let's see. This studio, this Studio Ghibli film has a wizard and a girl cursed to become old. Rach, you picked the one like the
ones that I don't know.
Has a wizard and a girl. Oh, I love Miyazaki. I wish I loved these films. Has a wizard and a girl cursed to become old.
I can't think of it. No, it's been so long since I've watched these, so
use the chat, Luke.
Well, so I look at chat and I've got
a bunch of different ones. You're like, guys, chat. This is like it's like an ask the audience type question.
Yeah, so it's like, so which of the audiences do I actually trust?
Look at Devon's comment.
Devon.
So it's the film, not the characters, guys.
Yeah.
It's a wizard and a girl.
Up.
Howl's Moving Castle.
All right, and is it Howl's Moving Castle? Let's see. Howl's Moving Castle. Congratulations.
I kept seeing Sophie pop up and I was like,
400. Yeah. So awesome. With the chat's help, we'll give you reduced points. So half points for that one. Congratulations. Sorry that you got another Studio Ghibli one. And that leaves us, let's see who we got next. Going on to Holly or Desiree. Which one do we go? And it looks like Holly. The guess is yours.
Let's go. Tension and Betrayal for 300.
Tension and Betrayal in Julius Caesar. Amongst trusted allies, this man betrays Caesar with a fatal stab.
Oh.
My Dory brain forgets everything.
Yeah. I don't
See, they get the stuff I know.
You get the ones that I know.
Right.
In Julius Caesar, amongst trusted allies, this man betrays Caesar with a fatal stab.
Who is Brutus?
And who is Brutus? Congrats.
How did I forget that?
Tu Brute.
And Tu Brute.
Two. That was for 300. All right. And Desiree, it is yours.
We'll do Heartstrings for 400.
All right. And in Heartstrings for 400.
Please be something.
You can't do the one for 400. It did not save right, but it was a valiant guess.
So
Desiree, that is the one that is unavailable.
Dang it! Oh goodness. Okay, I'm gonna go really crazy and scared. Tension and Betrayal for 500.
All right, Tension and Betrayal for 500. This Shakespeare play involves lovers whose families are sworn enemies.
Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo and Juliet is correct. All right, congratulations, my friends. What an exciting game of Jeopardy. What were the points coming in at? At 450 points, JL. At tied for 500 points, Rach and Holly. And then coming in with a grand total for our prize winner, Desiree at 900 points.
Woohoo!
I never win these things. That's so cool.
And Desiree, congratulations. Really, apparently you picked the right questions that you happened to, that you knew well. Rach, I'm sorry, you picked all like the Studio Ghibli questions.
What
You're like,
I didn't know.
well, Rach, apparently you have to go watch Studio Ghibli next.
Apparently.
It's a sign.
Desiree, thank you so much for joining us. As
It was a lot of
promised,
fun.
we'll do a coaching session. We'll connect and I'll email you the details.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome.
excited.
Yay! All right, Desiree, thank you so much for joining us, and you've been awesome. All right, my friends. Wow. Already almost halfway through the first day of the competition. How are you guys doing?
Woo.
I'm a little rattled after all
Look at
that.
the nerves. Look at the nerves.
JL, you even had like the spinner on your side too.
I know. I never get picked first for anything. I feel so flattered.
Oh man, Rach, I think the chat's gonna give you an assignment to go watch Spirited Away.
Oh, I know Jenna will. She's gonna be like, really? Really? And I'm gonna be like, yes, ma'am.
You and me
Yes,
both,
ma'am.
Rach. We'll watch it and report back to each other. How's that?
To be fair, I knew all the historic stuff and the other stuff, so I was like very pleased.
You know what? Maybe next month we'll host another movie night in the Discord, and we'll do one of the Miyazaki films.
Yes.
We did that for Christmas, or we did that for the Christmas like game night before the WriteNow-a-thon, and a bunch of people showed up just to come watch the movie. It was pretty good, actually. Maybe we'll do that next month. That'd be cool.
I know it's got a dragon, Jenna. I know.
Well, I mean, we all
I
know
feel
that the only way to
shame.
solve a problem is to put a dragon on it. So,
Yeah.
oh man,
So I know my neighbor Totoro, at least, but that was not one of the questions. So
I know you got, what was that? Howl's Moving Castle, and what was the other one?
the one was about Spirited Away.
Oh, Spirited
Okay.
Away and Howl's Moving Castle. Yeah, I was like, of course.
Which
it's
I
one of
should
my-
have known that, but it was not popping into my head.
Mm-hmm. Well, awesome, my friends. Thank you guys for joining us for that impromptu Jeopardy game. It was awesome having Desiree with us. Desiree, thank you for competing. You were great. Now, as we are getting into the next part of the competition, how are you guys feeling about the story so far?
They're wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I love
You know,
how
the way they were set up, I did not expect the horror part. I was like, oh wow.
I feel like we've been getting like a nice healthy mix of a bunch of different stories.
Mm-hmm.
I'm enjoying listening to them being read. It gives it a different dimension because I've read all of these stories a couple of times.
Mhm.
So but it's nice to hear. It's like, woo, audiobook time. Nice.
Does it feel like it gives you like a different take on some of these stories?
I still think the same that I thought before, but I'm really enjoying them. You know, it's like I was kind of worried, like, oh, we're gonna hear all of these again, and I'm like, wow, I'm really loving everyone. I love this. Really enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. What about you, Holly? How are you thinking about the story so far?
Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing some things like, oh, like I didn't quite like catch that, or like this is hitting me more than last time. So I feel like it's like, oh yeah, this part that was maybe a little confusing before, like that makes sense now. So it's cool to go into it kind of knowing, so that I can tie everything together and see like, oh, I know what's going to happen, the foreshadowing. So it's cool.
Ah, man. And I feel like for me, like I said, I haven't really read many of the stories. So just like hearing them live is so cool. I didn't know that I was going to be transported from hunting a djinn to Egyptian gods and goddesses to Little Shop of Horrors. I feel like we're getting a mix of a faded fantasy. So everybody who's here in the stream right now, thank you for joining us so far. It has been an incredible competition so far. We are only just getting started with the events for the weekend. So far, we've gone through 3 of the semi-finalist stories, and it has been incredible. make sure you stick around because we still got 9 more stories to read and to go through with some of our special guest authors who are going to be doing some more live readings. Now, before we can hop into the next part, the next guest story, which we will be queuing up. Let me throw up the schedule one more time, actually. So for everybody who's just hopping into the stream, I'll throw up the schedule real quick. And let's go over here. Uno momento. All right. And Kaufman. Perfect. Here we go. So I got the schedule all thrown up here. I'll throw it with this. And perfect. All right, awesome. So just so you guys know, this is where we're at in the schedule. So we are on Saturday, June 7th. I was like, looks like I was like, let me see if I can go. I go up as Kaufman. I was trying to just go through the chat, and that kind of only partially worked. Okay. So we still have Allergies in the Pale Moonlight, Heaven's Door, and the Bellmaker's Daughter to go through for today. We're going to be hopping into those in just a bit. But before we can do that, I need your help. I am in need of your help. We're going to try to see if we can summon Mr. Crow from the Aether, from the realm. We've been doing some voting as put together by our team, and we're going to try to see if we can coax Mr. Crow into giving up some of those shinies. So drop in the chat, Mr. Crow. Drop in the chat right now, Mr. Crow, and let's see if we can get Mr. Crow to show up and offer up some of their shinies in the voting that we have gone through. All right, and we're going to try this. I'm like, all right, I'm going to try to see Mr. Crow, come to the Aether. Can we summon you? Can we summon you to the Aether, Mr. Crow? All right, and let's see if we can get this queued up. All right, Mr. Crow, are you here? Are you here with us? All right. Oh, we got you. Is this the wonderful Mr. Crow?
It is the only Mr. Crow.
Mr. Crow, how are you doing today?
I'm here. Anything after that is left up to the ether.
Oh, oof. Well, Mr. Crow, I appreciate you. I thank you for joining us today. I really, really hope that some of these stories have met your expectations.
These aren't stories, I live them. That Jin had it coming to him, and I'm upset that I didn't give it to him myself.
Have you met some Jins in your day, Mr. Crow?
Plenty. They all are the same. Can't do any magic without the magic words.
Mr. Crow, are you magic?
I was there when it was created. I predate magic.
You predate magic. Well, I totally believe you. I think everybody here in the chat believes you as well. So, Mr. Crow, we tried to get some of our writers and some of the community to vote on some of the stories. And I know you were willing possibly to give up some of your shinies. Are you going to be able to? Only one.
Per story. Don't get greedy.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're going to try to see if we can get the shinies with some of our writers. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me bring up the chat so we can get the chat back in. All right, perfect. So, all right. And without further ado, so what shiny should we be giving up first, Mr. Crow?
The shinies. Did you know that my beak can't move a mouse.
Mr. Crow, I thought you just had magic to be able to make the shinies appear.
Computers came after my magic.
Oh man. All right. Well, let's see. Let's go check back on the chat, and we're gonna try to see if we can get some of your shinies here. And let's see. I'll be right back with you, Mr. Crow. I'll come right back, I promise. Please don't leave me.
Very well.
All right. So I just came back to check in on the chat, seeing how you all are doing, trying to get Mr. Crow to be able to give up some of their shinies. So I know what the shinies are. So what we're going to do is you have voted. You have voted on a couple of the stories. All right. All right, perfect. So everyone, thank you so much for that, as we are trying to coax the wonderful Mr. Crow to be able to give up some of the shinies, and we're going to be able to see. All right, so give me just a second. We're going to get them up on the screen, and I'm going to bring back Mr. Crow to be able to announce. All right, and let's see. So, starting with our first story, which was Vaesna Wellspring. All right, make sure we got this going up here. All right, I'm gonna bring up Mr. Crow. So just be wary, be okay. Don't do anything too crazy. All right, Mr. Crow, I'm back.
No sudden movements, Kaufman.
I don't have a good history with Aether and supernatural beings.
They're nothing to fear.
You're right. You're right. Maybe all I need is a dragon.
Why, when you have a crow?
Oh, you're right, Mr. Crow. If only I could have you here at all times. So for our chat who's here in the community, let's get into it. So let's get into our first story that we were offering up to the live stream community, which I know everyone here in the chat voted on. Let's see. I'm going to throw it up on screen, and let's see if we got this. All right. And here we go, Mr. Crow. So, perfect.
Oh, these. God, I gave my stamp of approval.
So this is a congratulations for the first story for Vaesna Wellspring. The community voted, and you won the story that had me questioning who to trust.
Trust me, Mr. Crow.
Mr. Crow, was the gin trustworthy?
Never was.
You're like, who dat?
Owes me shinies.
Oh, okay. What happens when people owe you shinies?
You should never find out.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Michael, we're going to get this certificate over to you. Congratulations on the community for voting for the story that had me questioning who to trust. And Mr. Crow, do you want to offer up our next shiny over here?
That's for the cat one, right?
The cat one, yes. I think there were some gods and goddesses.
Why are there no birds?
That's a great question. Were there birds in Egyptian mythology?
Yes.
Like, hopefully there were some birds in Egyptian mythology. So hopefully, thankfully, that we still were able to get some voting in, and we're going to throw up for our next story of Cats and Men as voted on by the community.
Story that made me deep dive into Egyptian lore.
Ooh.
Just ask me, I'll tell you. I was there.
You were there during the Egyptian lore, during the Egyptian period.
It wasn't lore then, it was every day.
Was this when the djinn still owed you all those shinies?
I hadn't met him yet.
Okay.
But at least I know he met his end.
I'm seeing from the chat that there were tons of bird deities during that time. Were there any cultures that worshipped you, Mr. Crow?
I never saw shinies from them.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll bring up the next topic. I don't want to get you upset. I don't know what to expect, but I think we have one more story to be able to offer up an award and a superlative. Mr. Crow, do you remember what our third story was?
Legacy.
Excellent. And the legacy. And without further ado, what are we offering up to the legacy?
A story that made me question the phrase, it's tradition.
The story that made me question the phrase, it's tradition. Wow. I think that is an absolutely great vote. Absolutely. And all of these were voted on by you, the live stream and WriteNow community. So congratulations. We're going to be getting out all of these stories, all of these certificates, and all of these awards to the writers in the community. We'll make sure to get it out to you so that way you can recognize and throw this up on your shelf of shinies. And that way, when other authors are like, who's this person? Or you have a resume, they're like, oh, wow, they won an award during the Faded Fantasy competition. Mr. Crow, what do you do with all your shinies?
I hide them from djinns.
You hide them from djinns. Okay. It doesn't sound like you have a good history with djinns.
They never learn. They're not as smart as crows.
Interesting. So djinns are not as smart as crows. I think I could probably get behind that. What is a djinn like?
In their true form, I could just flap my wings and blow them away.
Mr. Crow, in their true form or in your true form?
Their true form. I never change my form. Why change perfection?
Mr. Crow, you make me want to be a crow now. What do I have to do to get into the club?
Reincarnation.
Reincarnation. Any tricks or secrets, Mr. Crow?
I can't share all of them. Though I will say, Mara Foster has a good idea of sharing walnuts with us crows.
Mara Foster.
That's a good way to start.
So, walnuts are a good first way to go.
If you want to try.
Do these walnuts contain any shinies?
Only if they were opened previously.
Only if they were opened previously. Oh man. Well, Mr. Crow, I just want to say thank you so much for offering up a couple of your shinies today.
I guess I'll go pick out some more.
You're going to offer up some more shinies?
Isn't there more history to be told?
I guess there is, isn't there? Mr. Crow, that's actually a really good point. There is history, and you've seen a lot of it. Mr. Crow, can I please ask you, what was your favorite part of history? Is there anything that we should know?
The beginning was the most beautiful time.
Was that because there was a crow?
I was always there.
The beginning starts with Crow. Well, Mr. Crow, thank you so much for joining us. An absolutely great conversation. I'll let you get going to go and collect some of your shinies, but I just want to say thank you for joining me today.
I will say you're welcome, as my presence is a present.
All right, and everybody give it up for the wonderful Mr. Crow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And all right. Wow. So let me see what we got going on here. So we are pretty good on time. So I'm going to real quick. Perfect. So in just a couple minutes, we're going to be hopping into our next story. We're going to be hopping into the next one, which is our fourth story, Allergies in the Pale Moonlight. So we're going to be doing that in just a moment, in just a few seconds. And awesome. And by the way, if you are enjoying this community, enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying what we got going on with everybody here in the community, make sure to follow and subscribe. We're here all the time, every day, with all the rioters and all the stuff out there. And our motto, as voted on by the WriteNow community, and this is actually super cool. So one of our writers came up with a motto that they voted on, and the whole community voted, and this is what the community stands for. So this actually seems like a really great thing to mention. So this is our pledge. Pledge I will, right now, by pantsing or plotting, with quill or ink, every draft searching for the click, not to tell just any story, my story. And that is our pledge with the WriteNow community. So make sure, if you ever struggle with writing, as we know we all do, right? We have life. Life gets in the way and craziness happens, right? Whether it's with our relationships, whether it is with our looks like we got Mr. Crow, as I got that back up there, whether it's with our relationships or something else in between. We are, whether it's with work or with school or with life, writing just gets crazy. So that is why the WriteNow community exists, to be able to give you more opportunity, to be able to give you a community of writers. We've been going for 540 consecutive days, and we're not stopping anytime soon. So you can be sure that whether or not you're showing up once a week or showing up every day, we're going to be streaming here every day for the foreseeable future with writing sprints, our critique shows, writing events, and much more. Our last major holiday writing event, the WriteNowathon, was humongous. And then now we are hosting this Fated Fantasy competition. As we look further into the year, we will be launching and hosting the first author writers retreat for the writing community. We'll be talking about that as we get further into summer. And then we'll be back in the fall for our next writing competition, Freaky Friday. So make sure to stick around. If you are following and subscribed, you'll know when we're going live, whether you want to come join us on Discord and chat with all the other writers, or maybe you just want to hang out and play games and get help with your work. That is all there in the community. So let me, without further ado, let me just bring back up some of our co-hosts. I would love for you to come join me and see as we welcome into our next story. So I know we are, welcome back, my friends. Welcome. Oof, man. I was like, I know. Okay, now that you guys are not on the tail end of Jeopardy anymore, and you kind of had a little.
Oh,
Oh, you
like
just don't know. Oh, you just don't know.
we were just chatting about why the wheel kept picking JL in the Discord chat. Just
I slept with it. That's what happened. I didn't want to tell you before.
And then we go straight from this crazy game of Jeopardy to our summoning of Mr. Crow.
Yes.
it was amazing.
That was epic. Oh my
glad you
god,
showed
I'm
up.
dying to death. That was so good.
I didn't know if I was going to be able to get Mr. Crow to show up, but we got so much shout out and comments in the chat that I was like, I think Mr. Crow showed up. And apparently Mr. Crow has been around since the beginning of Crow. And apparently we need to be wary of inviting any gens into the stream and into the community.
Yep.
No,
Crow is the alpha and the omega.
Make sure there's no other cats in the stories. I
Yeah.
didn't like that one too much.
Oh, man. Well, I know I'm so excited. We got some more stories that we're about to queue up in just a little bit, and we're going to be doing some more readings and stories. So for everyone who's just hopping in, the next story we're going to be hopping into is Allergies of the Pale Moonlight. Then we will be going into Heaven's Door, and then The Bellmaker's Daughter. So we're going to be getting into it right now. And I think without further ado, let's, I was like, oh, what? Make sure Kaufman's right. I was like, let's, we'll see. Without further ado, I'm going to hop into the next story. So let's get this as we are queuing up. Perfect. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'll bring you guys back up in just a bit, and we'll welcome into our next story, Allergies in the Pale Moonlight. While fleeing an attempted abduction, Violet makes a startling discovery that changes her life and proves her mother's paranoid stories might be true. When escape and allergies overlap, strange things happen in the pale moonlight. And we have invited a guest reader to be able to help us in bringing this story to life. Let me pull up here. So without further ado, as many of you know from the community, we have a lot here, and perfect. So let me transition. So we have a special guest reader. Our guest reader for Allergy in the Pale Moonlight is none other than our very own Miss Dana Bell. Dana started her writing career as a fan fiction writer in later years. She began creating universes of her own and composing stories for them. She has the habit of blending them together and crosses genres. As an editor, she launches the careers of many up-and-coming new authors. Cats have kept her company on her journey, and they insist on being added to her tales. If there aren't any cats in the story, they should be added. So without further ado, let me welcome my friend to the stage. Welcome, my friend. And I was like,
Hello.
how are you doing today?
Oh, my life right now is crazy. I'm gearing up for Worldcon. I just finished Balticon virtually, and I just had a story accepted.
Ooh, that's exciting. Congratulations.
Yep. I'm very happy. In a charity anthology, I do one or two of those a year.
Ooh, that's so exciting. So I know we're going to, we'll give you a chance to talk about that after the reading, but I'm so happy that you're joining us. I know you hop in and you join some of our community events, and you were also with us for Freaky Friday as well. So I'm glad you got to join us in this competition too. Are you looking forward to the story today?
Yeah. There's an interesting parallel, which I will discuss after I read it.
Excellent. So let me pull up the story. Bear with me just a second, as Kaufman is definitely always prepared with these things. And let's see. All right, and I think I am good to go. Perfect. So, all right, so we have the story all queued up over here. Oh, no, that's not what we need. All right, so we have this all pulled up over here. Allergies in the pale moonlight. All right, so I'll let you get started whenever you're ready, my friend, and I'll join you after the reading.
Sounds good. Right, and the author is M.M. Ward. There was no cell signal, so I hiked through the dark, dense woods for over an hour until my phone flashlight ran out of battery. Just great, I grumbled. I'm lost. I muffled a trumpeting sneeze in my elbow. My date picked me up for a romantic sunset picnic, but that wasn't what I got. When he turned onto the logging road, I knew something was up. He tried to carry me into the woods after parking, but I am not that kind of girl to go quietly. He got a painful surprise when I used my strongest jab and twist, added a downward yank for good measure. I hope it ruptured something. I ran while he lay on the ground whimpering like a kicked dog. As I stumbled through the forest, I muttered, arguing quietly with my heart's intrusive thoughts. Why did I go with him? He's hot, and you're lonely, and it's not like he's a stranger. Lonely schmonely. The hot ones are always serial somethings. I hissed quietly at myself, wondering how I could be so stupid. JP was friends with my sister's new boyfriend, Jared. I know I don't know anything about them, except we attended the same college. Dad would be so disappointed. He was a cop, so I know about criminals and how to get away from them. After his death, I spent high school listening to true crime podcasts and taking prep courses for a criminal justice degree program. Maybe he had something romantic planned and the kidnapping was just an accident. My heart insisted in my sister's voice. An accident? This isn't one of Lily's online romances. Kidnapping isn't romantic. My rage roared over my heart, silencing it. Nobody drags me off to goodness knows where to do goodness knows what to me. He is going to jail. What the heck kind of name is JP anyway? My thoughts seized as I stumbled on. JP must be short for junior pervert. Stranding a girl in the forest to get some action. Pathetic. He's such a dog. Finally, I saw a clearing ahead, but instead of the road, I saw a wide meadow covered in weird, pale ivory. Turning in a circle, I desperately looked for signs of people. Faintly, I could see yard lights on the opposite side. Civilization, here I come, and to jail he goes. It was a beautiful night. Stars glittered like diamonds in a blue velvet sky. A full, pearlescent moon rose in the east. If I wasn't escaping junior pervert, I would lie down in the ivy with the tiny white star flowers under the pale moonlight and enjoy it. I almost relaxed enough to stop for a moment. Then I heard a wolf howl. Woo! Followed by several more. Woo! Woo! My paranoid brain shouted, no more time for scenic memories. There are things out there that could eat us. Fear clawed at me as I started sprinting toward the distant lights. While the moon rose higher, the tiny star flowers began to release clouds of iridescent pollen. Partway across the meadow, my skin on my face and my whole body itched. Great. One more thing in the world that I am allergic to. Wheezing as my chest grew tight, I struggled to keep moving towards the distant homes. The pollen floated and swirled in the slight breeze, like the forms of microscopic bioluminescent algae I saw one night when we were visiting the Pacific. I remembered the locals claiming it turned people into half fish. Mom freaked out, and we left the city. where we left the next day, continuing to drag us all over the world in search of a safe place. Mom believed every ridiculous story about monsters, alien conspiracies, and government experiments gone wrong. To say Mom went a little crazy after Dad was killed 4 years ago was an understatement. They locked her up last year. The whole meadow gained a surreal glow. I wondered if I had stumbled into some crazy government experiment. Every inch of my skin itched like it was being pricked with needles. I could feel my nose and eyes running. My sinuses felt like they were pushing my face out of shape while snot and tears flowed. My bones ached like they were breaking. I wanted to scream, but only groans came out. I tried brushing the glowing pollen off and shake it out of my white blonde hair, but it clung to me. The stream. I remembered I waded across the stream before reaching the meadow. I hurried in the direction of water while the voice of the workplace OSHA films ran through my paranoid mind. When exposed to toxic chemicals, flush the area of the body with running water. I stumbled in the darkening forest. The itching and burning on my skin was getting worse. I could feel bumps rising on its surface. The pain in my muscles and bones were becoming unbearable. Before I found the stream again, I collapsed into the pine needle-covered forest floor, too weak to crawl or take a deep breath. Looking up through the trees at the moon, I wondered, is this how I'm going to die? The victim of a bizarre plant experiment gone wrong? Mom will be so angry. I'll miss her. I'll miss Lily. I lay there feeling like I was dying while tears leaked out of my burning eyes. My nose twitched. Oh no. I'm going to sneeze again. Realization made me sniff repeatedly to fight the sensation. How I wish I could sneeze like normal girls, cute and petite like a tiny kitten. But no! I sneezed like a bull elk. In my weakened state, I was sure it would kill me. I didn't want to sneeze to death. Curse you, allergies! Curse you, junior pervert! Curse you! Weird! Glowy! Ivy! I sneezed so hard I feared my brain would shoot out with the snot, but I didn't die. Oddly, I felt much better after I sneezed. I could breathe again and pain stopped. As I tried to get up, I noticed my skin wasn't itching. My eyes stopped tearing. The full moon made the world seem brighter. I reached up to rub my nose, and that was when I noticed it. I had paws. And my nose wasn't a nose, it was a dog's snout. Oh no, Mom was right. I turned in a circle, looking at myself, thinking of all my mother's crazy stories about government experiments on people. That freaking pale Ivy made me a mutant dog, I yelled out. Oh God, I'm barking. A twig snapped behind me and I turned around. 3 wolves stared at me. I backed away, terrified, wondering if I could outrun them. 3-to-1 odds was bad odds in the wild. The smallest one whimpered and came forward slowly. It had my sister's pale blue eyes. It's okay, Vi. Calm down. We won't hurt you. I heard my sister's voice in my head. Lily? I was almost too freaked out to ask. Yeah, it's me. Sorry about you being alone for your first shift. JP was supposed to bring you to meet up with us. She sounded really sorry, but I didn't care. I was so pissed. I actually growled aloud as my mind shouted at her, I'm not going anywhere with junior pervert. Daddy warned us about people like him. I am not a pervert. A deeply sexy baritone interrupted. I'm a werewolf. I turned to glare into his golden brown eyes. You drive a girl into the woods, drag her out of your Jeep, and try to carry her into the forest to possibly rape and murder her, and say you're not a pervert? Have you never watched Criminal Minds or CSI? Have you never listened to the True Crime podcast? I won't hurt you. You're my fated mate. He talked back like my college roommate's husky, a dog I despised. I barked, no freaking way. I backed away when my mind ranted. I hate dogs and therefore wolves. I will not stay a werewolf or mate one. I blurted out the first thing that came to mind when the stories my sister made me read. I, Violet Gray, reject you, junior pervert, as my fated mate. Wait, what? JP asked, shocked. He whined, actually whined, like a scolded golden retriever. Lily started laughing. Her werewolf boyfriend, Jared, looked at me amused, shaking his head. I reject you, I said again, holding up my head. I am 100% a cat person. I volunteer at Cats Only Shelter. I reject you, and I reject being a dog. Lily, come on, we're going home. Stepping in front of me, Lily stopped me. Sis, it doesn't work like that. You can't reject him, and you have to go back to the meadow to change every month. Lily, I don't want this. I'm allergic to whatever is growing there, and I hate dogs. You know I have always hated dogs. I'm allergic to dogs. I can't be one, I argued. Technically, we're wolves, Jared corrected me. Tomato, buddy. Mangy, flea-ridden canine equivalent, I snarled, and he growled at my disrespect. I lost my copy here. He flattened me on the ground quickly, holding me by my neck as Lily begged for him not to hurt me. Suddenly, his weight was gone. JP started fighting Gerald. As I grabbed Lily by the scruff of the neck with my teeth and tried to drag her away like a puppy. Come on, now's our chance to escape these loonies, I yelped. She sat down, refusing. No, I'm not leaving my mate. What do you mean, no? Lily, he kidnapped you, brainwashed you, exposed you to dangerous and toxic plant that mutated your body. This isn't like the stories you read. We need to leave. It isn't safe here. Mama's right about everything. I argued in mine and whined. I'm not leaving Jared. I'm his moon. He needs me, she replied. You're only 18. You're only 20. Lillian Annabelle Gray, move your butt. That is an order. Dad's dead. Mom's sick. That means I am in charge. I was so busy arguing with my sister that I didn't notice the wolves to stop fighting. I'm sorry, but you can't leave or you die, Jared announced. To change back, you have to roll in the pollen at dawn. Then at dusk and dawn, every full moon for the rest of your life, or you'll get sick and die. Please, Violet, I don't want to kill my mate's sister. She loves you very much. I stared back and forth between the two at the threat. I myself caving as Lily's eyes begged me to stay. I hated myself as I growled out the words I knew I would regret. Fine, I'll stay, but I have a condition. Of course, anything to make my mate's sister happy. Gerald gave me a woofy smile, or at least that's what I hoped it was because he had huge teeth. I'm still going to college, I demanded. He simply nodded. Lily yipped happily and practically tackled me. I love you, Vi. I knew you'd stay. Oh, you're going to love it here. She started rambling about his pack and how she's the next alpha female or Luna. I think she means loony. I just followed behind them grumpily. JP kept trying to talk to me, but I ignored him. All I know is I'm changing my major from forensic studies to botany. I will find a cure for us. As I stared out of the field of weird ivy in the pale moonlight, I saw dozens of wolves running to greet us. It sucks that I have to be here every full moon for the rest of my life. I sneezed violently again. I hate my allergies. The glowing pollen hung in the air, swirling in iridescent eddies, mocking me. You're muted.
Like, of course. All right. So that was an excellent, excellent conversation and live reading. You are so good at doing live readings. Every single time that we have you do anything, I can just tell. I love that you had the sound effects, and I felt like I was like getting into the vibe of this. What it was a werewolf, right? Like it was like a traditional werewolf, right? Because
Yeah.
I know there's so many different variations of werewolves in this day and age.
Yeah, I would actually call them shapeshifters because in most of the romance novels, they're shifters rather than werewolves.
Gotcha.
So,
Ooh. Man, what did everyone think of that? That was such a well-written story, especially when they were transforming. I was like, oh man. And now it's like, it feels like it's subverted because now they're stuck there.
I love the twist that the story gave it. I just love that. I was wondering at first what was going to happen, and then when it happened, I was like, "Oh, that's great!" And I love her
the voice of
snarky attitude.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I love the voice of the main character. She was really fun to read because she wasn't like all doughy eyed and like, oh, she was like, oh, screw this, and I'm itchy, and this sucks. It's just like cracked me up so much.
it was really fun. I noticed I can tell where some of her influences come from because I also watch those online love stories that are written for basically the new adult audience. They are actually amazingly good. And I sit there and I'm watching them going, oh, what's going to happen next? What's going to happen? Are they going to get together? Oh, wait a minute. They kidnapped her. Oh, wait a minute. She's pregnant. And it's like, there have been a lot of fun. I really, really enjoyed them a lot. And she really did a good job. I will be honest with you, considering some of the stories that I have read, that was excellent. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it was I think it was very well written, and I feel like it's like you feel so bad for the character because they're stuck in this form, this shapeshifter form, but then they're upset about not going to school, but now they're kind of a cool shapeshifter.
But she didn't like it. That was what I loved about it. It was like, you're right. It's like usually they're just like, oh yes, and it's just perfect and everything's wonderful, which was the kind of the throat that they put on the sister. But the main character was like, no, this is horrible. What this is getting in the way. I love that part so much.
And I feel like we always get it where they usually end up liking whatever creature they transform into, right?
Yeah. It's just so weird because I'm just like, isn't there anybody out there that's upset about this?
Totally. I'm interested in like what happens, how this guy gets her to. I know it's not in this story, but it makes me go, ooh, you could keep going, and I want to know how he woos her and how he, the whole kind of enemies to lovers sort of thing. And I'm like, that would be such a great romance story.
Enemies to lovers. I was like, oh, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah, he's gonna bring her lots and lots of gifts.
Oh man, what do we think's going to happen in the next part of the story?
That's a good question because I like the fact that she did the foreshadowing with the I hate dogs. She just hates dogs. I'm a cat person. I hate dogs.
And the botany, studying the botany. Now I'm like, oh, she's trying to cure him, and so what does that mean for everybody?
Well, and also she volunteers at a cat shelter now that she's transformed into a wolf. Will the cats react differently to her?
That's a good question. The only little thing, and this is a little thing, and this is just if the author's listening, wolves are not really particularly dangerous to people. I've done a lot of study. I write wolves
a lot of research.
A lot of research. They will go away from you rather than attack you. A lot of the stories that you hear about wolves attacking are myths that ranchers made up to have an excuse to kill them.
Oh.
But at the same time, these are young characters. So
they wouldn't know. So I think that would be probably in character for them, right?
Maybe yes, maybe no. But it's just, like I said, it's kind of a little bit of a little thing that I noticed.
Okay.
But that's the editor in me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wouldn't even know that. I would just assume that wolves are dangerous to be around. That's interesting.
Yeah, they won't come after you, but if you hear that howl, boy, does that send a shiver right through your bones. I'll tell you what. You're like, okay, now I'm awake.
Actually, not so much. I've actually heard a pack howl together, and it's the most beautiful music you will ever hear.
Oh yeah, I'm saying I've heard that as well. And at first it's like, whoa.
No, that would be a tiger growling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Which
think I'd want to hear a tiger growling in any close
no,
proximity to me.
you don't. You literally, it goes all the way to your bones and
Mhm.
you freeze.
Mhm.
Oh wow.
I've had that experience with both, so I
Mhm.
know. Sorry. Been traveled a lot, so
So, for everybody who's here in the chat and here in the live stream, what did you like the story? Was there an element of it that really stood out? Drop a comment. We would love to hear from you. We've thrown the live voting in the chat for you to be able to pick and go vote if we can coax Mr. Crow back out of the skies. We'll see if we can get Mr. Crow to show back up again. But thank you, my friend, for joining us for this live discussion. As always. Mhm.
yeah, just the really weird kind of synchrony thing that happened here is the story I just got accepted
Mhm.
was a wolf story.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, which is why is like the pairing was meant to be. When you read, you're like, okay, it's about a shapeshifter. You're probably pretty excited about it, weren't you?
Yep. Extremely excited about it. It's like, oh yeah, I can do this. And yes, I did add sound effects as a bad habit, but it seems appropriate.
Well, I just want to say, Dana, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us today. I really
Welcome.
appreciate it. I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk about. I know you're actually doing a thing in your community as well that you're putting out for the Right Now community with your anthology, right?
It's not just for them. I've already got 16 stories so far.
Ooh, wow! So you have a high
Wow.
submission. Mhm.
I've got another 3 months right now of open submissions.
Mhm.
So it's going to be interesting to see how many I get. I've got one
Mhm.
story already that even though I haven't read it, it will probably accept it
Mhm.
just because it's an author I've already worked with.
Mhm.
I haven't read it yet though. But
Mhm.
yes, I have an anthology open called Search for the Any Key. It's a long story about how I got to that point. It is for people who like action adventure that can be on any planet, any time period. I don't care. The most important part of this is why are they searching? Just to give examples, like Evie in The Mummy wanted to be recognized for the big range scholars.
Mhm.
Indiana Jones, this belongs in a museum. He says that in every single movie. So
Mhm.
it's why are they doing it? Are they in Romancing the Stone? She was trying to rescue her sister. Somebody else was looking for their brother. So it's the why that's so important. It doesn't matter whether they find the key. It doesn't matter whether they find the treasure. I want to know why are they going on this quest? That's the story.
Mhm. Well, that's definitely really cool. And then, how long are submissions open until?
August 29th.
Okay. So it's still definitely got time. And once again, anytime that there's opportunities that we hear about as writers, like you should go and submit. What is the submission length for your this anthology?
1,000 to 7,000 words.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So really, roughly about the same that we did here in this competition. Slightly less, but yeah, definitely. Everyone go submit. Is there anything that writers get for being involved if their story gets selected to go to the next to be in
Uh,
the anthology?
this is for pay.
Mm-hmm.
So you will get paid. I don't have it in front of me,
Mm-hmm.
but it is on the guidelines. The guidelines are on wilsingerpubs.com, and you're going
Mm-hmm.
to look for open calls or open anthologies. I can't
Mm-hmm.
remember what it is. But yeah, it's a paying gig.
Mm-hmm.
I have launched a lot of new writers' careers.
Mm-hmm.
I know where some of them are right now. Very proud of them. Very proud, mama.
Aw. I feel like we always feel that when we're working with like fellow writers, when we're working with newer writers, and just seeing them like grow.
Mm,
It's the coolest thing ever.
yeah, I got to see a lot of writers progress through several
Mm-hmm.
anthologies, and they got better and better and better and better. The only thing I will warn you about is as an editor, I am your worst nightmare English teacher,
Mm-hmm.
but my heart is to make your work shine. But I'm also,
Mm-hmm.
I leave the creative up to you anyway, because there are times it's like I'm only doing suggestions to make your story
Mm-hmm.
better. What you do or do not accept is up to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, Thank you so much for sharing that. Once again, this is a paid gig, so anybody who's trying to, get a little extra pocket change for all the pricey editing and book covers and all that work that has to go into the books we want to publish, paying gig. So I highly recommend go give your shot. Go see if you can get in the anthology. We just dropped a link down in the chat, also link down in the YouTube description. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dana. We're about to move on to the next story, but once again, I love having you around the community.
Yeah, I show up when I can.
All right, I'll take care, my friend. I'm sure we'll see you around.
You will. Alrighty. Bye.
All right, so, woof, man, what a great story. Once again, I feel like every story is a completely different vibe. I feel like we're getting a lot of different stories in the community, and I wasn't expecting we were going to go into Shapeshifter next.
Yep.
What's so much fun is that when you think about, if I write something, it's not going to be original, blah 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 blah. Every one of these has been original. There's always something new. There's always a new perspective. Even if we told everybody you have to write about a shapeshifter, it has to be a wolf, they have to be YA, or new adult or whatever, we would still get completely different takes on everything and on each author. It's really cool. Imagination is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. All right. So with that, I think make sure that we got everything ready. So let's queue up our next story. Let's see. Let me make sure we got it all here. All right, perfect. So let's get this queued up. We're going to be hopping into another, I think we got romantasy next, which should be super cool. And perfect. All right. And take it away, my friends.
Heaven's Door. An island tribe must protect a healing angel and the door to heaven on their island. When the island is invaded, the warrior must protect and say goodbye to the angel whom he has secretly loved since her arrival before she leaves through the door. I know.
All right. And let's see.
All the feels. All the feels.
Okay. So without further ado, let's bring up our next guest reader. Make sure I have everything set on my end. And all right, perfect. Okay, beautiful. So it looks like, we're going to be introducing our next guest reader, which is the wonderful Briana Bass. Briana Bass writes romance stories for modern Christian women and creates resources to encourage and empower women on their faith journeys. She is the founder of Proverbs and Pearls, a weekly Christian lifestyle blog, and is a certified professional coach. Briana has served 15 years as a youth volunteer with multiple denominations, worked in higher education for 11 years, and holds a bachelor's in English from Manchester College. The best writing advice is to ignore writing advice. All right, Briana, let's welcome Briana to the stage.
Hello.
Right.
Hello. It's good to be here.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to read this story and bring it to life.
And it's especially perfect for doing, I think we ended up going romantasy vibe, but there's definitely some strong romance elements in this story. And I know we've really been looking forward to it. JL Rach, I feel like we've had a good mix of a lot of relationship building in some of our stories today, and quite a different mix of context.
Relationships are the most interesting, important part of our lives, so it natural most music is written about love and being in relationships, and so these kinds of stories are so important and easy to find your source information to create.
And a lot of the novels, no matter what genre you find yourself reading, there's usually a subplot that has to do with love. So I thought that was something that all of the stories might have some connection to.
Awesome. Well, Briana, we're gonna let you get right into it. And then you'll be
right.
joined after for the discussion. Let me get it queued up over here. All right. And okay. I have it all set, Briana. You're welcome to get started whenever you're ready.
Awesome. All right. Heaven's Door. The wooden ship slipped out of the fog, bearing the dreaded pirate flags. By the time the sun burned the morning mist away, they had surrounded the island, strategically barring every inlet. The 3 largest ships took the longest, maneuvering to block the only harbor. The inhabitants were ready, though they'd never defended against so many, not in living memory. The oldest matron, Ajumo, an energetic 82-year-old with wits as sharp as a fillet knife, had been consulted as soon as lookouts brought word of the ships. It seemed like the entire village crowded into her home, spilling out onto her veranda as she spoke to the man the islanders had chosen to take charge at such times. Hanjin, my own grandmother, never spoke of such a thing, and she had fought against the white demons from the east. If she'd looked at Hanjin, she'd have noticed lightning spark across his black eyes, momentarily reflecting his unease, yet quickly extinguished. But Ajumo was careful to avoid looking at any near her, even her own sons, for if she did, she would know who was soon to die. I doubt these ships bring demons of any kind, Ajumonim, Hanjin said loud enough for everyone to hear. Brigands have been defeated before, sons reassured mothers. Captains experienced, with well-trained men under him. Hanjin quietly passed orders to his men. Non-combatants began to be evacuated along secret pathways that led to well-hidden shelters in the mountainside, while volunteers met with defenders in an organized manner. Men kissed wives or lovers goodbye, reminding them, hasn't our Hanjin proven himself time and time again? As her grandson carried her away on his back, Ajumo twisted to look over her shoulder, watching the village men from a distance run toward the shore, toward danger. There was comfort in knowing her collection of sharp, bone-splitting knives had been distributed among them. When they'd vanished from sight, she looked around at those fleeing to safety with her. She counted nearly 50, mostly children, and smiled. Here was the future, whatever happened today. The islanders had every confidence in their leader and his men, in their own preparation, and even in the pirates. Past experience had taught that once they finished pillaging, they simply left. After all, what treasure could be found on the tiny island? Squid? Fish? Of course, there was Heaven's Door. A divine gift bestowed upon their ancestors, generations had sworn to protect it. A sacred promise passed down through the years, so rarely spoken of. It was unfathomable to them that anyone knew of it, not even the pirates. Until the fleet blocked the harbor. The unusual action made it obvious these were no brigands. Boats were lowered and rowed by sailors. Once ashore, the landing parties lined up in orderly ranks, the metal of their scaled armor glinting brilliantly in the sun. They wore the blank, cold expressions of soldiers on a mission. Atop a high bluff, Hanjin watched as the standards were raised, confirming his worst fears. This was the imperial army. The king desired to take heaven's door for himself. An impossibility, of course, but when did kings ever submit to reality? No, they expected reality to submit to them. A heavy feeling filled him. Death had come. There was no way to avoid it. What mattered now was making it count. If he had to die, he'd make sure he first kept his promise to heaven's healer. He spoke, sensing she stood behind him, but keeping his eyes on the scene below. I promised I would get you home, Yuma. That has not changed. But there are so many of them. What exactly are they planning to do? He knew her voice would have been shrill, but for her fear of being discovered. Word got to the king sooner than anticipated, Yuma, replied the monk who stood next to them. His Majesty desires entrance to heaven's door, or at the very least, complete control of it. She looked horrified and scornful. It is literally part of a mountain. What's he going to do? Move the whole damn mountain? If he cannot have it, he will make sure no one else will have control over heaven. No one can control heaven's door. We don't even know if Hanjin can open it, the healer muttered. A few months ago, Yuma's comments might have hurt his pride, but now he shared her doubts. In his 4 decades, he'd never felt so much doubt. His gift had always been used in defense of others. Now, he would use it to protect Yuma, not in defense of a divine gift, not even for a divine healer, but for a woman he had feelings for. Strong feelings he had been too afraid to face, and now it was too late. Loss hit him like a punch to the gut. Hanjin had grown up on this island, knew everyone who lived here. Were they all going to die because he was selfishly prioritizing the one who had healed his heart? Turning to the monk with a stricken look, he asked, "You realize what this means, Appa? It was one thing to be prepared to die protecting others, quite another to know they were all about to die anyway." "Be at ease, son," the monk smiled at him in fatherly wisdom. "Save your strength for your test." How did he know? Hanjin tried not to scowl. "I will stay with the children until the end," assured the monk. Hanjin let the monk mistake what he was worried about. "They will need you whether they are discovered or not. I've ordered Yanyu to aid you." "How convenient the bear is beloved by all the island's children. What a pair we make. A sword and a shield, you might say." Yuma shook her head, as if to deny the images their words conjured. "Let's go then, before I'm trapped here forever." Her words seemed heartless, but he understood the sound of fear. Movement from below caught his eye. The soldiers had begun their march through the town. In moments, the wind carried to them the sound of shouts, cries, and clashing swords. He could hear the calm voice of his lieutenant giving orders and encouragement. "Trust in your men," muttered the monk. He knew Hanjin was torn. His son gave a curt nod. "We still have half a mountain to climb," he rasped to Yuma. She was quick to run to keep up with his long strides. Logically, one would think 2 people could move up a mountain faster than an army. However, this was the Imperial Army, trained to be ruthlessly efficient to complete their missions no matter the difficulty. All whom they met were left dead in their devastating wake. Though they had to admit, subduing the whole island was not as easy as they'd assumed it would be. The inhabitants were hardy and inordinately stubborn in their refusal to die. It was evident that repeated pirate attacks had not softened up the populace. It had not occurred to the officers that these people were united in their refusal to deny their king his wish. Yes, these were imperial troops, representatives of the king, but heaven's door was their fate to guard. These past several months had driven home how grave their responsibility was. Their prayers were answered in the form of a talented healer whom they now had to return. All were grateful for what she had done. Although many would miss her, it was clear she was not destined to stay with them. Only those closest to Hanjin knew how painful the thought of parting with her already was for him. Now they were out of time. Hanjin and Yuma had arrived minutes ahead of the enemy. Orders were given, and last-minute words exchanged with the family he had created. Yet, not enough time for certain words to be said, Yuma realized. They should have been spoken long ago. Screaming with victorious anticipation, the enemy surged up the final hill crest like a relentless swarm of ants. Their pointed helmets lifted like the swells of the sea. In their view, the remaining fighters were as good as dead. They charged, tilting their blood-soaked spears forward at the ready. The temple, their ultimate destination, was in physical sight. Archers let loose arrows in an ominous wave that darkened the sky. Those who escaped immediate death drew on the last of their strength to rush at the oncoming enemy. Anything was worth the price to buy Hanjin precious time. He had pulled Yuma into the temple, then held his shield high. She knew he needed to keep the arrows from piercing his skull to stay conscious long enough to complete his mission. He was determined to keep his promise, somehow, to her. Sometimes honor and fate demanded everything of a man, even his life. Electricity arced from his outstretched hand through the air, wavering in the space between the shrine's massive, deep red wooden supports. The portal still didn't open. Desperately, he pushed himself to channel more power than he'd ever attempted before into the portal, knowing it would probably kill him within the next 10 seconds. The longest seconds of his life. Like deadly raindrops in a fearsome storm, the arrows fell. The first punched through his weight-bearing boot, pinning him in place. The next drove through his shoulder. He gritted his teeth from the pain. A second later, he was shot in the left side of his back, an arrow ripping through his spleen, spraying his blood across the shrine. "Heish!" he shouted in angry defiance. He was so close, damn it! Adrenaline surged through his veins. White energy erupted from his body, turning the shrine into a glowing sphere. As the bolts of electricity shot forth, the very air cracked and splintered with thunder. Some of the webs of light shot outward in jerking tendrils, incinerating several of the enemy's arrows and spears before they could strike Hanjin. It was then he sensed the quiet, familiar pop, followed by the soft crackle that meant the portal was opening. Victory filled his heart, along with a wave of liberating relief that almost drowned him. He had kept his word and maintained his honor. He had saved her, the woman he loved but never told. In these last moments, he did not feel regret. She could never belong to him. Yuma, that arrogant, annoying, magnificent healer, did not belong to this time. As he slid to the floor, he watched with satisfaction as she hesitated only briefly. Then, without looking back, not even a glance, she jumped nimbly into the portal, slipping into its dark and endless abyss. Electricity spun around the portal, shrinking it into nothing. He smiled with pride as he felt and saw his output begin to radically diminish, first causing his protective shield of energy to fall. All evidence of his power, Yuma, and even the portal itself vanished. Nothing was left for the king now. They had won. Arrows thumped and whistled as they struck the ground. One sliced effortlessly through the tissue of his neck, sending him down. He felt no pain. His mind had gone. Soon his body was covered in a shroud of wooden shafts, leaving him pinned to the floor of the temple. Soldiers ran into the temple, some surrounding the corpse, while others searched for what they had been told was an ancient relic. They froze as a wind snaked through the group. Every soldier the wind curled around stiffened as it howled their doom. It was almost tangible, touchable anger. The air grew thick with the sharp mist of an oncoming storm. Lightning rose from the floor like small, white, vengeful dragons, spearing through every soldier to meet the bolts that rained down from raging clouds. The scream of a mother's loss echoed from the storm and swept over the island as the mountain collapsed, hiding heaven's door.
Gorgeous reading. Thank you so much, Briana. That was beautiful.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, that story has such a distinct and beautiful writing style, and I'm really glad you were able to bring it to life for us.
It was so dramatic.
Thank you.
And the reading just captured it. I love that.
Yes, definitely.
What did you think,
Well, I was
Briana,
very pleased to
reading
be
it?
able to read that one. I enjoyed it.
Absolutely. Well, and I loved the devotion of Hanjin, our main character in this, and how you could almost taste like how desperately he wanted to fulfill his mission. He had his doubt. The internal conflict was there. The external conflict was there. How did you guys feel about the stakes, like the ships? Where did we, what's going to happen? Like I was immediately drawn in. How did you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I loved it. I felt like it was like a movie. Like when I was reading it, I could picture everything, and so there was so much tension, and I didn't know like what was going to happen. So it was like exciting, like right up until the end.
Very much so. I couldn't. I wanted some things to happen, and I was watching it play out in my mind as she read it, and I was just like, okay, so it's the end. Is it the end? And I was just waiting still.
What do you think? Does Heaven's Door go to heaven, or is she an angel and a healer, and she was only gifted for a small moment? What did we think about the about Ewan?
I want to like say that like it is actually like the path to heaven, because I'm like that was so like heartbreaking that I don't want to see it as like a sad ending. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like the depiction of the angel, because it's like there wasn't it there was the same, there's this kind of emotion, but at the same time the way that she exited, I was like, well, yeah, that's duty.
Yeah. Well, and I think it has like an Asian flair, and duty is a
Yeah.
big theme with
Duty and
Asian
honor.
writing. Yes, especially in the Japanese, you've got a lot of everything is all about honor and fulfilling your mission and your purpose and knowing your place. And I felt like every character filled a slot.
yeah, and those other things of like sacrifice too that goes along with that honor, like you're willing to sacrifice like everything for that.
Totally. Briana, how did it feel for you reading this story? How did you, what did you think of it when because I'm assuming you read it and then read it for us out loud, but how did it make you feel?
Yes. Yeah, I read it earlier today, and as you were saying, it had a cinematic feel that made it very easy to read because you absolutely can just picture the images in your mind. And I really enjoyed it, and I would like to see more. I have questions too, like tell me the story of this angel when she first arrived on this island. And oh, I want to know more.
Totally. I want to hear more of that history. I want to oh my god, there's like 3 different stories in this story that I was like, I want to know more about that. That's when Hanjin was injured and she was healing him and he fell in love with her while he was healing. And she only like the writer only had a few sentences that said this whole big story, and immediately you knew their background and how he had fallen in love while he was being healed. And I'm like, oh, write that one next.
Well, I've put the link in the chat for everybody so make sure that you vote.
Vote for the Shinies. There's our Kaufman.
There we go. I was busy duking it out with Mr. Crow for some more Shinies. Oh man. Well, I have to say that was definitely a really, really great story. I was personally so impressed by it, and I can tell everyone in the chat really loved it as well. Like I can tell beyond the pacing, the style, and the structure, that was so cool. So I know, Rach just said, that we just threw the voting in the chat, so everybody can go vote. Everybody can go talk about the things that they loved, and go vote on the element of this story that we're going to award to the author, which will be super cool. Briana, your reading was amazing. We really, really appreciate you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here this weekend and be a small part of this really awesome fantasy competition.
I feel like you did a really great job of bringing the characters' like relationship to Justice. They're like, it's like the bittersweet, that bittersweet moment. But I just want to say, before we let you get going, is there anything that you're working on right now? Anything you'd like to send people towards, or where they can find you?
Yeah, so you can find me at authorbrianabass.com. I'm on Instagram and Threads at authorbrianabass as well.
All right. Well, awesome. Briana, thank you for joining us today. We'll let you get going as we hop into our next one, but thank you again. You're amazing.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
All right, my friends, and that was Heaven's Door. I not having read the majority of the stories, I keep not knowing what to expect as each new story comes up. I literally do not know what to expect.
They're all so unique and beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And I think this one is definitely going to be doing good.
The descriptions in this one.
Yeah, so I'm definitely really looking forward to the descriptions in this one. All right, and let me queue up the next one. Give me just a second as we queue up here, and perfect. All right, so without further ado, let's see. Before we hop into it, let's just make sure we got everything. While I'm finishing queuing this one up, I, of course, want to give each of you guys a spotlight and a highlight in our community. So, Rach, I actually wanted to give you a moment to kind of talk about what you're doing in your community, because you actually do some really cool things with blurbs and with everything you got going on.
Oh, thank you. I have not only am I a writer, but I out of nowhere decided to broadcast my journey by taking on the act of somebody that has done things wrong, and they want to make sure that other people don't follow suit. So if you go to my website, racheldadams.com, there's also a huge area for authors to enjoy resources from. And I have listed also my blog there, aggressively helpful writing advice, and the form that you can fill out if you're interested in blurb help or a critique read from me. Thank you so much for having me here today, because I have had a blast so far.
And as somebody who definitely had some help with my blurb from Rach, it was incredible. I feel like we had such a great time. So I would highly recommend anybody who needs help with their blurbing, with improving, because as we all know, if somebody sees your cover art and they're like, oh, I'm going to open the book or I'm going to read it, the description on Amazon, and the blurb doesn't pull them in, you've lost them.
Yep.
The blurb is so, so important. So definitely highly recommend. And I know, Rach, we have all your stuff. It's linked down in the YouTube description. And
Yes.
I saw you just threw that in the chat as well. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So I want to make sure to give you that moment before we hop into our next story. Thanks so much for sharing, Rach. And thank you again for being here. You've done some like incredible stuff. Anybody who's been seeing our advertising in the community at all, Rach has done like a lot of heavy lifting for our advertising and for the ads, and my hat's off to you, my friend.
Thank you so much.
All right. And now without further ado, now that we have that, let me cue up our next story as we are going into the Bellmaker's Daughter. So, haunted by loss, Sibby Tolliver discovers a secret map in her father's workshop, one that leads to the waking bell, a mythical instrument set to calm even the fiercest storms. And let me introduce, so we have a wonderful guest reader who's going to be helping us out today. So let me introduce, we will be having Brittany Ranew, who is a fantasy author who enjoys bringing humor, bravery, love, and whimsy into everything she does. In her debut fantasy series, she infused her passion for music, theater, and big city dreams into an imaginative tale full of magic, adventure, and dark prophecies. She enjoys crafting complex worlds where her relatable characters learn to become the heroes of their own stories and inspire us all to do the same. It's fun to read and write about heroes, but it's important to remember that in our own lives, the only heroes we can truly rely on are the ones we choose to become. No one is coming to save you. You have to become the person that can save yourself. So without further ado, let me welcome Brittany to the stage. Welcome, welcome, my friend.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to be here. Like, this is so much fun.
I know, right? We've had some crazy stories today. We have some really crazy stories. And let me tell you, this is going to be a really good one. While I haven't read any of the stories, I was so intrigued by that blurb, and I can just tell that it's going to be a really, really interesting story.
Yes, I think you're going to like it.
All right. So what we'll do is we'll queue up right into the reading, and then make sure if you're here in the live stream or you're watching on the replay, stick around, join us for the discussion in just a bit, and we'll see what do we think about the Bellmaker's Daughter. All right. And bear with me just a second as Kaufman deals with technical difficulties, and maybe. All right, and we got this all set up. So with our story reading, here we go. All right, Brittany. So I'm all ready on my end. Feel free to get started, and we'll join you after the reading.
Awesome. The floorboards groaned beneath the footsteps of a dead man. The first storm of winter wailed down the coast like a living thing, slamming against the lighthouse atop Windmere Bluff. Sibby Tolliver pressed a trembling hand to the thick glass of the lantern room as she followed the creaking further down. Below, the sea frothed with whitecaps and crashed against black rock, hungry and wild. The wax-sealed letter of acceptance she received that morning crinkled in her pocket. Bile rose in her throat as she thought about facing her father's ghost. She feared he'd hear it, dreaded what he'd say about her choices. He was here, she knew it. Ghosts lingered with unfinished business. Would he be proud or angry that she would become another one to board a vessel headed for the horizon? Would he continue to haunt this place? Without her, the house would be empty, the bells silent. The university scholarship on the continent was a future earned, but felt like betrayal all the same. Her father's work lined the cliffs, harbors, and halls, his voice cast in metal from coast to coast. It filled every corner of the lighthouse they called home. Herod Tolliver's web of a legacy that caught her like a fly. Could she really leave everything? She'd known him as a man in his workshop, singing to her as a child, but distant as she grew into a woman. Sleep, Sibby, sleep, the forge is low. Bells are cooled in evening's glow. I made one more with fire and care, to hold your name and braid your hair. Most people called her Sibby, though it wasn't her proper name. Rather, one born in the end days of her mother's life when words came slowly and love had to fit inside a single syllable. When silence falls, you'll still be heard. The next line from her father's favorite lullaby. It echoed through her head like a faulty music box, wound too tight, stuck on a single note. He used to sing it as he stamped his foot on hollow floorboards, tinkering in rhythm, the workshop alive with warmth and humming brass. The memory tugged at a reluctant smile to her lips. Another shriek of wind rattled the panes, stirring the room into a low, somber tune. The bells were ringing. Not the great warning bell atop the tower, but the smaller ones her father had scattered throughout their home. Each was different: bronze, sea glass green, and pewter. Each held a song woven into its frame, a harmony only he had truly understood. He'd passed that spring, suddenly, leaving her alone with the bells, the sea, and a gnawing ache in her chest. Until the post that morning, her dreams had grown cold. The lighthouse had become less a beacon, more a tomb. She left his workshop untouched, a shrine to the finest bellmaker on Avera. The footsteps led her downward, different from their usual circles of pacing. Sibby descended the spiral stairs, lantern in hand, into the workshop. The wind howled through the cracks. Her heart thudded painfully as she stepped inside, afraid of what she might find. "Hello?" she called, waiting. One bell swung gently, an old one made of storm glass edged with waves. Her father had called it the mourner. It let out an unusual dull toll, different from its usual sweetness, then choked to a sudden halt. Inside its hollow, something glinted. She reached in and drew out a small roll of parchment, bound in oilskin and sealed with a faded wax crest, a bell inside a spiral. The mark of the Tolliver Forge. Her father's mark. Hands shaking, she unrolled it. It was a map. A narrow stretch of coastline sketched in spidery ink with 6 bells marked along it. Next to each tower, a cryptic single symbol scribbled. Clues? Above all, a title in her father's neat hand. To find the waking bell, a tuning of the heart. Sibby didn't sleep that night. Instead, she sat by the fire, the map open in her lap, the storm curling its fingers against the windows. Why had he hidden this? He had never spoken of a waking bell, but she'd heard whispers of a mythical instrument said to calm even the fiercest storm. Some claimed it had once rung loud enough to quiet grief itself. Others said it had banished an ancient sea spirit, a devourer of sound that turned ships into ghosts. One tale said the bell was forged from the voice of a goddess who gave up her song to save the world. Had her father rung the waking bell to dull the ache of her mother's passing? Had he left behind a way for Sibby to quiet her own grief? The next morning, she went to the harbor. Major was there, loading crates onto a skiff. He looked up, squinting through the sea mist. "You're up early," he said. "I need your help. I think I'm going on a trip." He raised an eyebrow. "You? Leaving Windmere?" Sibby gave a small smile. "I know, it sounds wrong, but my father left a map. I think it's important." Major glanced at the parchment. "Looks like sheet music." She shook her head. 6 bells along Avera's west coast. We need to find them. He looked at her for a long moment. "Grab that flute of yours, then. When do we leave?" They sailed south in Major's little boat, hugging the coast. Each village marked on the map, Sibby found a bell tower, many choked with ivy and crusted with salt. One bell was cracked, its song echoing like a cry across the moor. Another lay buried in driftwood. but each bell was tuned to an emotion. They responded to her, welcoming her as one of their own. Sometimes with sorrow, sometimes with warmth. Once, in a wind-swept chapel, a bell sang of regret, so sharp she collapsed weeping on the floor. And in each hollow, a scrap of parchment bearing the same seal, adding to the song. By the fourth tower, Major was humming the melody without knowing. By the fifth, Sibby dreamed in music, her fingers dancing over phantom notes. In those dreams, the sea always parted around a single, clear tone. They camped on beaches and brewed tea, roasted apples. Major carved driftwood. Sibby scribbled notes in the map margins. Sometimes she caught herself smiling. She felt lighter, but weighed down with duty. One night, rain pelting the canvas tent as they shared whiskey, she whispered, "Do you think he knew he'd never finish this?" Major looked at her gently. "Maybe he hoped you would. Maybe he knew this was the only way you'd ever leave." She quirked a brow. "I'm not sure he ever wanted me to leave." He scoffed as he brushed a curl from her cheek. Sibby's pale eyes meeting his. His hand lingered. She leaned in, just slightly. "You could, you know. We both could. It could be you, me, and the continent," he said. That night, they lay close under wool blankets, her head on his shoulder, the unspoken spark between them thrumming like a song. The final bell tower was inland in a meadow of silver reeds. The bell was bone white, stone, and cold to the touch. When she rang it, the sound wasn't joy or sorrow. It was longing. It pulled something from her chest like a thread, the sound of wanting to return to something that no longer existed. When she placed all the notes together and played them on her old reed flute, a hand-me-down from her father, the map changed. The ink shimmered like water, and a new path appeared, guiding them in another direction, north, back toward Windmere Bluff. Major blinked. The waking bell is back home? They returned 2 days later. Another storm had rolled in, louder, hungrier. In the workshop, Sibby lit every lamp. The bells trembled, stirring to a deep, unseen rhythm that tugged at her chest. She laid out the parchment and played the notes. They aligned like stars. A low hum rose beneath the floorboards. "It's beneath us," she whispered. They pried up the planks. Below, a stone stairwell spiraling into the earth. The air was cold and damp, thick with rust and salt. The lanterns cast long shadows on walls etched with fragments of names and lullabies. At the bottom stood a door of ironwood and brass. Behind it, a bell. It was longer than any she'd seen, forged of sea silver with a rim engraved with 7, not 6, notes. Beneath them, "To ring is to remember is to feel is to live." The waking bell. She stepped forward, a surge of energy pulsing through her blood. Dread and anticipation mingled as she approached. The room swelled of memory, her mother's faint perfume, her father's mustache wax. She thought of him, of her fears, of the silence that filled the lighthouse after his voice vanished. And so she rang it. The sound wasn't loud. It was soft, a lullaby sung by someone who loved you. It filled her chest before her ears. Sibby's eyes brimmed before she knew she was crying. When silence falls, you'll still be heard. Above, the storm quieted. In her chest, the ache eased. Major took her hand. The bell rang on, its note unending, curling up through the tower and out to sea. Somewhere, a widow dreamed of her lost husband. A sailor woke from a nightmare and smiled. A child stirred in sleep, knowing they were safe. But the ringing did not stop. It grew louder. Major went still, his face caught between awe and dread. "Sibby, I think it's calling someone," he said, but she couldn't register the words. The air thickened, the lantern dimmed. From the stairwell came a sound. Footsteps like metal on stone, a dragging weight. She turned toward the waking bell, bright as if it never seen the dark. In its reflection, a figure rose, drenched in seaweed and shadow, face obscured by a driftwood mask. It reached toward the bell, and she understood. The waking bell wasn't only comfort, it was a summons. Her father's bells, each a ward, a lock, a seal, and she had just undone them all. The creature raised its head, eyes like tide pools met hers. Not cruel, not kind, just endless. "What do we do?" Major said. Terror seized her breath as the creature spoke with 1,000 voices. One was her father, his voice finishing that rhyme that had haunted her memories for days. "Isabel, my daughter dear, a bell you are, both loud and clear. In heart and soul you ring with grace. When silence falls, you'll still be heard. For love is your song, your voice, your sword." "Isabel," Major said, using her full name, his grip tightening. "Isabel, not Sibby, her true name, rarely spoken." It clicked like a key sliding into a well-worn lock. The final note. Her. Her father was a bellmaker, and she was his final bell. Isabel Tolliver, raised and shaped by the finest bellmaker on Avera, his walking legacy. Suddenly, she knew what she had to do. She stepped forward. We finished the song. As the air trembled and the sea stirred, she raised the flute to her lips and played. Isabel played, the notes like knives as the creature's hand lowered. Its face dulled, softening into mist as the 7 notes had unmated, shepherding it back into the storm. The air settled, the ground no longer trembled. Only the echo of the melody remained, like the warmth of a voice long faded. Isabel lowered the flute, her hands shaking. For a heartbeat, there was only silence. Not the heavy, suffocating kind, but a soft, open quiet, like the world holding its breath. When silence falls, you'll still be heard. Isabel stood in the silence, basking in the peace as she looked up. Somewhere overhead, the old floorboards creaked the song of a dead man's footsteps, finally heading out to sea.
Wow, what a reading. Wow, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Man,
Really beautiful.
you did
Natural
such a good
tongue
job of
story.
that reading.
Oh, thank you. Just trying to give the story justice, right? It was very moving and mysterious. You could just feel all of that.
It felt like it had that like fantastical undertone, which was like this kind of like spooky-ish vibe, but it was kind of like mystical as well.
Yeah.
And I love what they did with each of those bells. That was so clever.
Yes. Very unique story for sure.
Someone in the chat said that the bells were like characters themselves, and I thought that was very true. I can almost say it has a ring of truth. I also loved how this writer crammed such a complete, detailed, rich story in under 2,000 words. That blew my mind. The first time I read this, I was like, "How? Teach me your wisdom, Osage." You know, it was just amazing.
Oh man, and we would love to hear from you. So those of you here in the chat with us, or if you're watching on the replay, what did you think about the story? What was a very emotional moment for you? What really stood out? And what really resonated? We would love to hear from you. Drop a comment. Oh man. Brittany, so like reading it, having read the story, I'm sure you probably prepped it before, and then reading it live, how did it feel?
Yeah, I mean, I will say there's something about reading something aloud. I think it does. It brings a whole different like layer to it because I felt the mysteriousness when I read it earlier, but reading it aloud, it was like it just was very like all encompassing. And yeah, I want to know what happens. I want more.
Oh man.
I feel like one of the words that came to mind immediately was ambiance. The
Mhm.
story had ambiance. It had just that, like you said, that mysterious vibe, and the writing, of course, was beautiful. And I also loved the theme of kind of the daughter questioning whether or not her father truly approved of her and her choices, and was she going to make him proud. And then also, I have to give a little bit of a shout out to that wonderful, subtle romance, just that nudge between Chibi and Major. I just absolutely loved their connection.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you got the sense that he really cared about her, even in the brief time that we had, with them in a scene. So, yeah.
Totally.
Did you guys feel pretty moved by the very end of it with the way that it played out with their relationship?
The relationship between the two main characters?
Mhm.
Well, I think that, yeah, because it looks like they're going to go to the mainland together, and she's going to go to school, and he'll support her and be totally handsome, rugged sea guy. I'm down.
Just what we all need.
Yes.
Oh man.
But also how she was the final note. I think
Mhm.
that was so poetic. I mean, and it brought a tear to my eye the first time I read this. I'm like, this is so
Mhm.
pretty, God. You're like, yeah.
Oh man. Holly, I saw you were having some connectivity issues. What'd you think of the story?
Yeah, right at the end, of course. Yeah, I put in the chat, like, I really love the descriptions, and just like that overall theme of overcoming grief and saying goodbye to those you lost. And like, it was just so beautiful, like her coming together and realizing like that she was the final bell. I just thought that was just so beautiful.
Yeah, I agree. Like you said earlier, poetic, definitely poetic for sure.
Yeah, and I definitely have to speak to even just the style of it, from the way the word choice and the way it was structured. It kind of felt like I was listening to poetry at a lot of like different parts of it. I felt like I was listening to a tale of poetry that was also a character journey. I thought that was actually really cool.
Remind me of those epics that tell the story in the poem, and
Yes.
totally.
So I thought that was really, really cool. We would love to hear from you guys. Now, I know we threw up the voting down in the chat. So anybody who wanted to join, or anybody who wanted to go vote on what element you liked, go vote now. Go vote. Go vote now. It's linked down in the chat. And yeah, Brittany, thank you for joining us today. It's been
Thank you for
awesome.
having me. Yeah, I feel honored to have read the story. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Is for anybody who doesn't know you, Brittany, or anybody who wants to know more about you, is there anything that you're working on, or any way that people can go find you?
Yeah. Yep. As you said earlier, I'm a romantasy author. First book of my series is out now, so I'm currently working on book 2 of that. It's like Percy Jackson meets Narnia for grown-ups with slow burn romance and elemental magic. And there's theater in there, as that was also in my beginning description. So yeah, if you want to learn more, you can follow me on all platforms. Brittany Ranew author, easy to find, and then thefireprophecies.com.
Yay. Well, Brittany, thank you for joining us again. You've been incredible. I'll let you get going, as we're going to try to look to the skies next for certain Mr. Crow.
Bye.
Thanks for joining, Brittany. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wow. Oh my goodness. I feel like that it's once again just the variety of these stories is so crazy. I'm always consistently surprised by the level of creativity and skill of the writers in our community.
Oh yeah. Mad props to everybody all the way around. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Applause.
So
Yes.
impressive.
And I always see it's interesting because we know so many writers out there struggling with the writing vibe and getting their books finished and being consistent and accountability and all those things. But whenever we see writers submit stories, I always see such a level of skill and dedication to the craft of writing, which I think is incredible.
Definitely. It takes so much of your energy and time out of your life and everything to dedicate to this and the creative process, but it is a labor of love, for real.
Awesome. So what a great discussion. Thank you guys for joining me. Now, I know that we had a round of voting throughout the past couple stories. So I'm going to try to see. We'll see if we're able to or not. I'm going to try to see if I'm going to be able to summon Mr. Crow. And you guys know what this was like before. So I need your help. Type Mr. Crow into the comments and let's see if we can tempt Mr. Crow with some shinies. Let's see if we can tempt Mr. Crow with some shinies. So type Mr. Crow into the chat. I'm going to see if I can try to summon him here and we will see what is up. All right. And let's see, Mr. Crow. Come out, Mr. Crow. All right. And let's see what we got. Oh, Mr. Crow, you're back. Mr. Crow, you made it back.
You called me.
How did hunting for more shinies go?
That's what I was supposed to do.
I
got distracted by a mouse.
You got how was did the mouse give you a little chase? Never. Or like you showed that mouse what's up.
Well, my beak went up and it went down.
Oh man. Well, Mr. Crow, I know we had some really fun stories over the past since I last saw you. And I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get you to call you back from whatever sky and mouse hunting shenanigans you've been up to. So thank you for coming back to the call and joining us again.
You're welcome for my presence.
Mr. Crow, that's the best present that we could ask for at all, isn't it? Oh man. Well, Mr. Crow, I think I'm not the only one who's grateful for your presence. I think we have a number of writers, and maybe if we're lucky, do you think we can give a few of them a few shinies?
I think I have a few under my feathers.
Yeah, you have a few tucked under those feathers. What else do you have under those feathers, Mr. Crow?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right. Actually, maybe I wouldn't like to know. So, without further ado, why don't we see? We'll go throw it up over for our first story, and let's see, Mr. Crow, if we can get something for one of our writers. So, going back into Allergies in the Pale Moonlight. What did the community vote on? And what shinies are we able to give them? And let me see. I think I got this right here. All right. And
story that made me reach for my allergy meds.
The story that made you reach for your allergy meds.
I'm not allergic to anything, but you mortals seem to be.
We mortals do seem to be allergic to a lot of things. You're not allergic to anything, Mr. Crow?
Nothing.
Nothing? So does that mean you can eat anything?
Could and will are two different things.
Well, we'll have to make sure to that we don't tempt you to eat anyone or anything here in the community or any stories. You don't eat books, right?
Only through my ears.
Well, we just have to say a huge congratulations, huge shout out for M.M. Ward for Allergies in the Pale Moonlight. What a great story. And the community voted and said that this was a story that made them reach for their allergy meds. So I feel like I need some allergy meds, and I'm not even allergic to werewolves or, well, I'm probably not as non-allergic as you are, Mr. Crow. I don't know if I can match up to your eating through your ears. I don't think I have that specialty mastered yet.
I'm not literally eating. It's the consumption of the prose.
That makes
which
so much
rhymes
sense.
with crows.
Mr. Crow, you are much wittier than I am. It's like you've been around for some time.
Well, longer than you.
Ain't that the truth? And hopefully, I can last just a little bit longer. But when true love is concerned, and in this next story, when we went and they tried to embark and reach heaven's door, Mr. Crow, what shiny can we give to heaven's door?
Heaven's Door is the story with the roughest death.
So heartbreaking. So heartbreaking for our very own presented to the author Luna Campana. Absolutely, that ending was so moving. The story with the roughest death. Mr. Crow, did you shed a tear during that one?
My tear ducts were torn out in our First World War.
Your tear
The
ducts.
war between the animals, not you mortals that you seem to only count.
Oh, the war between the animals. Well, that sounds like that was that was quite the war. I'm glad that you survived, Mr. Crow, and that you've accumulated some shinies here and there.
I was on the side that won.
I hate to be the side that's facing against you. All right. Well, let's see. So that was an absolutely great job to Luna Campana. Really great job to the winner for Heaven's Door. Really awesome. And Mr. Crow, I think we have one final award. I think we have one final award to give out.
Of course we do. Take all my shinies.
Mr. Crow, I'm so sorry. How can we we'll have to tempt you with more what can we trade you in the future for more shinies?
Well, at least the history that is being told brings back fond memories of my younglings. So, I guess it is a fair trade.
Aw, that's so sweet. Mr. Crow, are you a big old softy there for your younglings?
Never!
No. Okay, all right. On to the next one. And for our third story for the Bellmaker's Daughter, as voted on by the live community. Mr. Crow, if you want to do the honors.
The story with beautiful descriptions.
Congratulations to Sara Dovewick for the Bellmaker's Daughter. And as voted on by the live community, this was the story with beautiful descriptions. What a great story. And I feel like we were able to really move through the prose. And I felt like I was pulled into each bell, each moment, along with the characters. And then it flipped it on its head by the end. Really great. Mr. Crow, do you have a love for prose and words?
Always, except for one story.
Oh no, which story was that?
EAP thinks the Raven is worthy of a story.
Is
the
there
Crow is better. We are not the same.
Mr. Crow, do you have a rival?
A rival is someone you are going against and have trouble defeating. I never have a risk of defeat.
So you're saying that you have an unblemished win record against the Raven.
They have been smart enough to never try, Mr. Crow.
Well, I think that is probably the smart thing to do, Mr. Crow. I would not want to go up against you. I definitely would not want to go up against you, Mr. Crow. But I have to say, it has been an absolute honor. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you for coming from the skies. Maybe we can tempt you with some more words, some more prose tomorrow, and talk about how incredible you are. Maybe there'll be some mice in the distance. Maybe there'll be some mice around here.
I expect payment promptly.
Yes. Payment
But
promptly
for
in
now,
words and mice.
I will take the history of my memory lane to put me to sleep tonight, so I will be fresh for tomorrow.
You and me both, Mr. Crow. Well, please, everyone, I'm Mr. Crow because you are so incredible. Thank you for taking time out of your existence of all time for joining us today. And everybody in the chat, please help me thank the beloved Mr. Crow for some of their shinies, and maybe we'll get lucky tomorrow.
We shall see.
All right, and let me bring my co-host back up. Welcome back to the stream, my friends. Wow, I did not think that I was going to be able to resummon Mr. Crow from the skies, and we're learning a lot here. I didn't know about ravens or pros or mice or I'm going on.
We're not worthy. We're not
So
worthy.
much
We're not worthy,
passion.
Mr. Crow. We're not worthy. Oh, man. And as we get to this part of the competition, we've gone through the first 6 stories, and it has been incredible. And I just want to hear from you guys. What you guys think of the first 6 today?
Oh, breathtaking.
Mm-hmm.
Such a shift.
Mm-hmm.
From one thing to another. I felt like I was on a roller coaster ride, actually.
I know that's really what it felt like between the stories, Jeopardy, Mr. Crow, the conversations, and everything else. I feel like we've had quite a lot of fun today, being able to go through everything that we had for day 1 of the competition. But tomorrow, it's going to be even bigger, my friends. We're going even bigger with the next 6 stories. I was like, oh, I'm like, with how the first 6 were, I'm really curious to see how the second 6 are going to go. Like,
even more variety.
I mean, okay, so today, I think if I recall, we got
variety and twists.
We have variety and twists between a djinn, Egyptian gods, plants, Little Shop of Horror. We got love at Heaven's Door. We got
Aladdin.
Shapeshifter and the
that was it. Yeah.
And our Bellmaker. And our Bellmaker.
The bells.
So I know. And so everybody make sure that you come join us tomorrow for day 2 of the competition, as we are going to announce the top 4 winners, or the top 4 finalists, who are going to compete in a live judging round. We're going to be going through the next 6 stories of the competition. We're going to be doing more live voting. We got another game planned for you. Maybe we can wrest some more shinies out of Mr. Crow. And then we're going to be doing a special live judging session of the top 4 finalists to help us determine the 2 winners of the Fated Fantasy competition.
Kaufman, can I just compliment you on how you seemed to pair the perfect readers for the stories.
Yeah.
I could not. I was like, how did he do that? I'm like, it's so good. Each one was just like for each
Perfect.
story. Yeah.
Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's when I'm based on the feedback from the stories and the blurbs and what I've heard about them, and then trying to pair them with the readers and their personalities and what they do online, it was always trying to find like a good balance. Because I know like some readers are writing in certain genres, so they're just going to be a little bit more familiar. So I think trying to find that right pairing. And all of the readers have done awesome today, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well done. Well
Incredible
done.
job. Yes.
Horns
And
off.
and I am not the only one with a hats off. I wouldn't be here without you guys.
Aw.
Thank you guys for being my wonderful co-hosts so far for day one of the competition. Aw, like we got the heart over here. But the fun continues tomorrow. So everyone, if you're here in the stream, if you're here on the replay, we're going to be here same time, same place tomorrow, 10 Pacific. That's right, 10 Pacific. Yep, 10 Pacific. Let's see, 1 p.m. Eastern, as we have everything set for day 2 of the competition. And most importantly, if you enjoyed the stream, tap that like button on your way out. Help us show the algorithm that writing streams are cool. All right, my friends, you guys have been awesome. If you want to go check out more of the competition, you're like, hey, you know what? I want to see what else WriteNow does. Everything's linked down in the YouTube description, down the video. Go check out the WriteNow-a-thon. Go check out Freaky Friday. If you want to see what any of these guys are up to, Rach, JL, Holly, or any of our authors who spoke today, anyone in the community, everyone's links is down in the YouTube description. So on that note, thank you all for joining us today. It's been absolutely incredible, and we'll let you guys get going. I'm Kaufman, and these guys are...
I'm Rach.
I'm JL. Oh, we always do that, Holly.
I didn't know that.
Every time.
And we'll catch you on the next stream.
Welcome, younglings, to the Fated Fantasy Competition. I'm your host, Mr. Crow. Only 2 winners will be crowned with Shinies. Prepare for the Fated Fantasy